Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons & Dragons for all of the interwebs. We are back. We had our first session for Campaign 2 last week, and we are ready to just jump right into it. So we don't really have any announcements for today, so I think we can just go ahead and jump right in and get started. So with that, I think it is time to jump into tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role, and for choices are what finalize the build in session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, tonight you'll bet your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right, we are back. Excuse my sniffling. I had to spray that nasal stuff up my nose recently to sleep properly, and I'm getting blowback, so that's fun. Let me get some music going, and then we can start to get right into things. Okay. So, all right. So, last we left off, the 6 were finalizing their delve into the ruins of stillness with Lex and Aaron to attempt to protect the shackle there from being broken by the Herald of Tharizdun. But in their rush to get to the shackles, which they found unbroken, their push to continue on placed them face to face with the Herald, who introduced themselves as Shothragot, the Avatar of Tharizdun, explaining that in their pursuit of trying to protect the shadows and delve the ruins, they had actually inadvertently broken the barriers placed to prevent their access. And as the demonic incursion began to rush forward after the group, they began to run, knowing that they could not fight against the denizens of the abyss all by themselves, and wanting to live to fight another day. In their attempts to break away from the demons and the aberrant creatures after them, the group attempted many feats of deception and interference, but unfortunately were unable to get enough distance between themselves and their pursuers, And in the end, with the breaking of the shackles and the ruination of the underground caverns, their escape was cut off, leaving Lex stranded behind, knowing that she could give them a little bit more time to exit the ruins and hopefully figure things out going forward. And reluctantly, the group left her behind as they made their way out of the ruins to watch the skies darken and the crater form where the ruins of stillness had been, and a plethora of creatures of the dark pour from it as Erin cried to the sky, used her powers of light, and created a barrier between them before quickly whisking them away to who knows where. And that is where we pick up. So, you are teleported back to the mountain temple at Avonhurst by Erin and are swept up in a whirlwind of activity. Lux Eterna spends time communicating with each other to get an overview of how things are going around the world. You offer your assistance and are guided to help reinforce the defenses for the city of Avonhurst against the darkness unfolding across the realm. You help make the city a bastion of refuge for those caught on the road or between travel when the shackles broke. It is an eventful week as you all spend time helping the city, healing the injured, and pushing back waves of shadow-like entities, as well as demonic and mutated beasts that attempt to breach the city walls. Over that time, the council of priests and priestesses from the temples agree to use their abilities and prayer to set up a barrier around the city, but it will take constant vigilance and work to maintain. When it is finally established, you see its effect is similar to that of the pillar of light Erin created to protect you during the initial onslaught. The city projects light that wards off the darkness and allows the normal cycling of sunlight and moonlight to bathe the city and its people. You notice others of these beams of light on the horizon in various directions, and find out that most of the major cities have established protective barriers to ward away the darkness, but not every city has the magical or divine power to do so, and are likely dealing with the change in the realm as best they can. During your time helping Avonhurst, Cain and Freya find you and guide you to a manor that they explain was given to them a long time ago, but that they have not made much use of due to their separate lives as a group. They give it to your group as a gift, given all of the help that you've provided, and tell you that it can become your home base from now on, or at least until you all decide on something else. They tell you that the staff is paid up for the month, but afterwards you will take on the expenses of owning it and paying the staff if you wish to keep them. Once they give you a tour, they let you know that your presence is requested in Sunshield City, where the entire group will be reconvening in a month to have a memorial for those lost during the initial attack, after they've all had time to recover and help their allies in the aftermath. While it is not required for you to attend, they will also likely be getting together to discuss next steps and how to prevent further fallout. They tell you that Fulton will be able to provide you transport if you need it to get to the city without having to travel the roads, and then they take their leave, explaining that they have much to do themselves, and I will show you what your little manor looks like.
We have a map of our manor?
I do.
I don't know if I like that we have a map of our manor. That means it could be combat.
It lets us prepare traps, though. Oh,
So
it's cute.
this is your manor. So, if I show this, so your entrance is down here. You have a kitchen over here, dining hall. There are various bedrooms. A bedroom here with that houses two. Another bedroom here that houses two. This is a study area. A sort of single bedroom, bathroom, and bedroom. So,
There's not nearly enough shiplap on these walls. Chip and Joanne would be pissed.
The Property Brothers.
so yeah, you are kind of free to explore and do what you need to do. You will have a month before you go to Sunshield City if you decide you wish to go. What would you like to do?
I want to investigate the kitchen.
You
There
are
we go.
welcome to. You
Rena
have
goes to pick a room.
okay. So you can put your tokens on where you would have your rooms and stuff like that as you see fit. The kitchen houses a cook and a couple of helpers as part of the staff. They welcome you in. The cook is Sarah. She tells you that you are welcome and asks if there is anything you need in terms of ingredients or types of foods that you like to eat that she could make sure to prepare when you all need it, when you come home or back to the manor.
Pastries.
What's
Some
the
crumpets.
Sorry?
I'm still trying to figure out how to move my token. Sorry.
Did you get it on the map? You just drag it out.
Drag it up from where?
Oh my
Oh,
god,
no.
your sheet. And this is okay. Go to the third tab over from the chat box. You'll see like it's called journal.
like a newspaper?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you should see Nemeron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you click and hold on him and then pull him onto the map.
Oh. Okay.
That's
I'll
wrong
take it.
though.
Yeah, I
What
know.
happened? Wait, hang on.
Sorry.
There you go. There's his token. Go ahead and move it around.
After he asks for crumpets, Severin will say, "What's the filthiest and greasiest thing that you could make?"
You ask the
Sarah.
cook. Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah.
It could be whatever you would like, but I could do some like meat-based sandwich that's fried.
All of them. Make all of them. Yes.
I will make you some cheesesteak sandwiches.
Let me be clear. I did not ask for some. I asked for all.
Oh, don't you dare.
Oh no.
I
We
don't
want to
know
keep
what
these people.
I don't know what all constitutes. How many would you like?
Until
At least 7.
until I cannot feel anything any longer.
Oh.
I see. Okay. Well, let's start with 3 or 4 and then go from there.
Severin's eating his feelings, you guys.
But she will go ahead and start making probably a little more than that. Just like she'll make 4 for you, but she'll make a couple for the rest of the group so that everyone has something to eat.
I'd like to watch. Show me how you make these.
And she's like, of course, if you'd like to help, you're welcome to.
Take out my book, start writing.
Okay. She will like pull you along as she explains how she prepares the bread, and it is homemade bread, and how she cuts the flanks of meat and melts the cheese and applies a little bit of the sauce and everything like that, and kind of goes through it all with you. And then at the end, she's like, well, I normally don't fry these because they taste good on fresh bread, but your friend said something fried and greasy, so what we'll do is we'll put some oil in the pan, and then she does kind of like a grilled cheese-esque thing with the bread and like fries it and shows you that as well.
Delectable. Thank you.
All right.
I think Navari scowls at the nice manner and says, I think I'm just going to go find a drink somewhere dirtier than here. She's just been pissed off this entire time since the since the end of the last escapade, and would make a quick invite to the person who she think would join her. Rena, do you want to come
Rena?
with? Rena, do you want to come with?
Where am I going?
I'm
Drinking.
gonna go find a pub.
I mean, I think it's a better idea to walk the perimeter and make sure that everything is secure.
All right, you do that.
I mean, I could meet up with you later, but I need to do some rounds.
It won't be hard to find.
Okay, so you go off to find a pub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, are you going to stay close?
Depends on how far the nearest beer is.
I'm
Not
sure I
far.
can find you.
Yeah.
If I ask for 7-foot tall tiefling, I'm sure people tell me where you are.
That's generally how it works. Yes.
And then Rena will exit the building at the same time, but then start like walking around, checking out all the entrances and stuff, because it's how she is as a person.
Yeah. There are windows on the main floor. A couple here or there. Just looking out over the grounds. There are nicely manicured grounds. Not heavily fenced off like what you saw when you were in River Inn of like Oriana's Manor. That there is not that like sense of needing that kind of security here in Avonhurst, at least inside the city. But you have like a nice yard and some greenery around the house. There's only one main entrance, which is the front doors, which are heavy wooden doors that lock, that have a decent lock on them. You also, as part of your the people who look after the property, have a couple of guards that just keep watch of the property itself. They are generally, you see them doing rounds around the grounds and stuff like that, and they trade off. There are like 3 shifts for the day that like trade off. 2 guards. You don't really need much more than that, but just enough to like make sure that no one's doing anything untoward on your property. And I will say, generally for the people who take care of the rooms, clean, do the cooking, and keep the manor tidy, you get the sense that to pay them all for like a week is probably, for all of them, probably around like a gold.
I was about to ask how much the upkeep for the staff would be a month, I guess.
A
little
month,
bit
yeah.
better.
So actually probably 2 gold a week. So for a
Okay.
month, probably around 8 to 10 gold a month.
Oh, okay.
And then for like food and stuff like that you wish to like buy, or anything that you want to procure for the house, that would be like anywhere from probably like maybe 2 to 5 gold a month.
Okay.
So in total, probably for like the entire upkeep of the manor each month, probably about 15 gold.
Okay.
Between all 6 of you.
15 per each of us? Or
No,
15
no,
total?
between all 6 of you.
Got it.
Yeah, this place is cheap. Let me find
Yeah.
this place on
That's pretty
Airbnb.
good,
I mean, 15 gold is a lot of money. It just doesn't seem like
Yeah,
that to
yeah.
yeah.
adventurers.
It is, yeah.
But it is quite a large manor. You all have pretty decent sized rooms. You have your own staff looking after it. So yeah, it's pretty well taken care of. Grounds are manicured, taken care of, and stuff like that. You guys generally don't have to worry about much.
Oriana has been abnormally quiet the last week. Like, not saying anything to anyone unless it's like a part of casting something. And when we get shown the house, she just kind of walks into a single and just kind of closes the door, and nobody kind of sees or hears from her for a while.
Cool. So you would have been given this banner probably at the beginning of that first week that you were all spending time helping get the city ready and making sure that people were safe, working alongside Freya and Kane. Do you have any questions for them as they kind of like leave you off to your own devices after they tell you that they are all gathering in a month?
Where specifically in Sunshield City were we told to meet up? Like which, I guess, district or ward?
Freya will just tell you, Fulton will can take you there.
He'll bring
but
us directly?
He has access to teleportation magics, so
cool.
he can get you there. It's probably your best bet, unless one of you has your own way of getting there without with magical means. But he will take you there. He has a specific location that he will take you to, and then he can probably guide you, but it is in a main park in the courtyards of Sunshield City, as this will be not just private, it is for all those who have been dealing with the aftermath of this.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Zavern will ask, did Lex have any next of kin? And he like cringes like a little bit, like winces a little bit when he says it because it hurts him to say it. That
We were
should
the
notify.
closest to her, so we're her family and are doing as best with the news as we can.
It's Fitz must know.
We will make sure her contacts are informed of what has occurred so that things do not worsen in places where she was taking care of business.
Thank you.
Of course. Is there anything else?
Yeah. Does the manor have a name by chance?
You can give it whatever name you would like.
Big stories.
But if that's all, we'll be off to continue our duties, as we are quite busy handling many a thing, as I'm sure you've been as well. Remember, you have a month. After that, Fulton will come calling.
Okay.
And they will nod and leave you. So, you explore the manor, you deal with your initial response to what has occurred as you do. But how would each of you like to spend your month? Let's start with Artemis.
Perfect. Wanted to go first anyway. So the first night, I will probably be outside the manor somewhere, just outside of a room, and I will take my shield out and set it on the ground. I'll take out some thyme, lavender, mugwort, estragon, they're kind of herbs, and I will cast Commune.
Okay.
To Avondra and to show me answers to 3 questions that I would like an answer to. And by the way I will get this answer is I'll flip my coin, and heads will mean yes and tails will mean no. And I'm not sure how I'll get like a maybe or an uncertain answer, but that's how I'm using my Commune spell. Does that align?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. So I will ask my first question. Is Alexandria Lex Schofield dead? And I will flip my coin.
All right. So you feel as you begin your ritual, the sort of these gentle winds and breezes sort of coalesce around you, and you feel them float through the grass as you sit underneath the stars and moonlight that you can see in this specific space that you're in of this city as you look out onto the horizon and just see darkness beyond the barriers. And as you flip the coin, you watch as it floats in the air, and as it goes to land, it sticks straight up. Uncertain.
Of course it would.
Oh, never done that before. I guess I'll ask my next question. Can Alexandra Lex Schofield be brought back to us? Flip the coin.
All right. You flip the coin and you watch it twist head over tails, head over tails, head over tails, until it falls, and you watch as it spins and spins and spins and does not seem to come to a stop. Uncertain.
Shite. All right. I'll ask my last question. Is me mother, Pepper Negrim, alive? Flip the coin.
All right, you flip the coin, and it flicks in the air, and it bounces a couple of times, but comes to heads. Yes, she's very much alive.
Tears stream down Artemis's face. Very, very satisfied. This has been years not having an answer. Maybe not that night, but the next night, he would gather around the group and say a statement for them, something along the lines of, Lex's death is not punishment for our failures to take and protect that shackle, but a purpose and a motivator and catalyst for us to become stronger as a team. Avondra gives us a new fork in the road to travel down. For I'll use this fork to serve up some food to the people of Avonhurst. I can give hope, strength to those others, putting food in their stomachs and a safety sanctuary around them in this dark time. Well grieved Lex's loss. She may not be gone forever, but I do not know. Avondra did not show me clearly. Well, I'll have to find renewed purpose for ourselves. And when you are ready, we'll set off and make things right. If anybody has a response.
Yep. I'll leave it to the group.
I mean, sorry. We knew we knew the consequences of maybe even one of us perishing, heading in there. And there's not much we can do other than fix whatever mess we couldn't fix last time.
Oriana just kind of looks despondent when you bring up Lex. She doesn't really say anything. She just looks out of it.
Okay. What
Assume
else,
we're all-
Artemis? Oh, are you?
Assuming we're all like a dinner table, because that's Artemis's like favorite place.
Mhm.
There we go.
Zavrin will kind of start having a toast to Lex. Lex was not more than a mentor to me. When I saw myself as a monster and others saw me as that, living in the squalor of the Undercity, Lex saw something different in me. She saw a potential hope for good, and I will never forget that. She was a true mentor, a friend, and leader to us all. And I just hope that we can find a way to bring her back someday. To Lex, and then he'll hold up a toast to Lex.
All right.
I
So-
down that immediately.
When you do that, Rena lifts her own glass and she looks specifically, into each of your eyes. And she says, Vostnia sake leshni. My people have this saying. May the ancestors guide them, and it is not final goodbye. Even if Lex were to go into the beyond, we too one day will walk that same path. You'll see them again. It hurts for those left behind. But that is proof that we cared and that they had a good life.
And I mean, what better way to keep someone alive than talking about them? Memories live forever.
Memories live forever. And
Yes,
she
they do.
clinks your glass with hers.
Wonderful to have you all here. I know some of us were closer to her than others. I offer my condolences to everyone, and if you want to chat, be available. Nimron, I ask of your services here tomorrow.
Okay.
And bring your sword with you.
Oh no. Okay. Okay, I got you. Don't worry. No questions asked.
Anything else? Comment for the evening?
Sounds like.
Navari left? Navari hasn't come back from the bar.
No,
has
no,
she?
this is like a different night, so I assume
okay.
Navari would
Okay.
would
Oh.
have probably
Ooh.
would she have not
Ooh.
come back to the group, or would she have
I-
been?
Are you going on
I
a bender?
If Navari's not out on a bender and she's actually here right now, I think once there was a silence, Navari wouldn't even pick up her glass. I think she would just like. This is like the first time where she's not been happy while being angry. So she just. I think she scowls at the drink she's supposed to cheers with, and then finally like grabs the glass, sloshing drink over, and says, yes, here's to Lex, who made us think we could do something about all of this and promising me answers. Fantastic. And then slams the glass down on the table, pushes her chair back, and then just leaves.
Okay. All right.
I have the next day talking with Nemron. Come outside. I'm going to show you something. I'll bring him outside. There'll be a little fire going, and a
I'm gonna
large.
pull out my giant great axe. Let's go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
A large plank, maybe I don't know, 3 feet by 4 feet, and scribed on it are some letters. And I'll say, heat up your sword there, make it red hot.
Okay.
Put the letters, make it all black, char-like for me if you can.
Do you want me to write in the wood with my sword?
Yeah, ideally, I want to make a picture here.
You still have your great sword, so you could do this with that potentially.
I was gonna do it with my hand axe actually.
Oh, you could do it with
Smaller.
that. Yeah. Yeah. There you
I'll
go.
pull out my hand axe and just like torch it.
Yeah, do some wood burning.
I mean, it's not
Maybe
going to
the
get
great
quite. It's
sword,
not going to
like-
get quite as hot as like a forge would, but hot enough to score wood, I think.
Okay.
So that shouldn't be a problem.
And I'll ask him to have the letters, the little chef, and I don't know if there'll be a performance check or anything for that, but hopefully it comes out looking decent.
Yeah, easy
and-
enough with enough time. You're not pressured by anything. I won't make you make a roll for it, I think.
Perfect. I want to say thank you so much, Nemron. This is all I need your help for,
Okay.
and I appreciate you. You can ask me if you'd like some food at some time. I'll do my best to cook it up for you.
I will never say no to food. Don't you worry.
All right. With that done, I'll spend my time bolstering the defenses of Avonhurst by founding a soup kitchen and kind of a shelter, if possible. Ideally,
Definitely.
use my time to practice my chef skills. spend some time healing the sick and injured with my prayers of healing. Provide food for people. I've used like 2 castings of food and water to feed like 30 people a day, and some good berries for whoever might need it. And of course, my 4 little treats that I can give out to people. I'd also perform the ceremony spell for young adults who need to go into war and kind of have a coming of age ceremony, their time to fight for their freedom. Also weddings, those that may have to go off may want to be wed before they may not come back. I'll do some ceremonies as well to get some holy water, and that'll be used for my components and kind of things in the future and whatever may come. I'd also cast my spell Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum each night around kind of the home to keep that secure from people like vamping into our space, teleporting in.
Makes sense.
And hopefully with the efforts that I've done, kind of gain some notoriety in the town as a place to come to the little chef and get food, support, and healing, and wherever that may lend its benefits. And then I have one other thing that I was thinking of kind of among the group and whoever would like to hear about this information. So it's about our tactics. Instead of waiting for the evils to break through those shackles, I say we make our own strategy.
We take the
Avondra.
fight to them?
Yes, Avondra,
Okay.
taught me. Fortune favors the bold. Shothragot mentioned there were 9 other evils. I say we cure or free Tharsden minions from the madness, thereby weakening his strength. Perhaps we turn his forces to our side so that we have a fair fight the next Jackal. Maybe Oriana, Zavrin, use your knowledge, abilities to find those evil doers. Navari, she can track with those ranger skills. Emeron, Rena, you can restrain him. Got those big weapons. We get injured, I'll patch us up. I feel it. Luck's on our side. I'll flip my coin and see if we have yes for heads, tails for no.
Oh no.
Roll a D100 for me.
Okay.
One goes in between the floorboards.
Oh no.
Oops,
Eagle
not the
flies
right
by and
slash.
snatches it.
Let's do it. Why didn't that come out right?
It's the slash first, I think.
Oh, that's you're right.
Yep. You almost had it.
There we go. 95.
Oh, that's either really good or really bad.
Your coin flips and up comes heads.
Lucky, as I said. And that's kind of
Lord.
my idea. I pitched some ideas to the group. I feed a bunch of people, and
Yeah. So I will say, over the month, you work with the guard to set up the kitchen. You help many a refugee and merchant coming in and attempting to travel out, and keep things running smoothly. You probably have to cast create food or water quite a few more times than just a couple. They basically ask you to, help as much as possible, and you do see the city is taking in many refugees and actually setting up. People are opening their homes to others. They are setting up temporary structures for those coming in from other cities that don't have the same defenses as somewhere as big as Avonhurst, around Avonhurst Rise, which is, generally known as protected by the creator gods. And so your services are very, very much appreciated, and your name becomes well known, and no one bothers you when you ask to take a few materials here or there to perform your ceremonies and also to bolster your stores of holy water. I will say you, over the period of the month, on top of all the ceremonies that you complete, you also get, I think each ceremony gives you a bottle of holy water, right? Also, you get 10 bottles of holy water based on the ceremonies you complete. On top of that, you are gifted the many components you ask for the spells that require costly components, and you are given one costly 1,000 gold. I believe it was ruby that you needed.
Yeah, powdered ruby for
You
a
give
spell.
you
Mhm.
you are given that as part of their stores. They want to give you more, but they explain that given the state of things, resources need to be kept within the city and help to defend, and it's not like they can make easy opportunity to go like out mining right now and stuff like that. So but they do say like as things clear up, perhaps that they can provide you more at a later point, but they are very, very grateful for all of the help that you provide to the city. And your name is definitely well known as you make your way through the streets over the month. You do see people, various people, both refugees and guards and merchants and shopkeepers alike, waving at you as you walk by to head towards your soup kitchen in the morning, and as you come home at night. And often you are gifted with, you know, small trinkets and various like chef utensils, and for free from shops, and breads and things like that, ingredients to help you cook and stuff like that, as everyone is trying to do their part and also appreciates all of the hard work that you've been doing in the city.
Wonderful.
All right. With that, let's move on to Renna.
Okay. So for at least the first several days or so, she's going to probably just spend some time more quiet than she normally is, just kind of watching all of you all, judging how you're handling your grief. She would go out pretty much every night and go drinking with Navari, if only so that she can make sure Navari gets home safe. And she's also going to spend a little time at least just walking around the city, familiarizing herself with it, because it's not a place that she had really been familiar with. But she wants to know, you know, kind of where things are and stuff like that. She's going to purchase some different colored cords and things like that from the markets, as well as maybe find some different pieces of wood, things like that, like small pieces that are pretty solid and whatnot. And she'll spend her time, a lot of the time, in the back of the house, where she's actually carving some different little wood figurines, braiding some different cords and things like that. And once she's done that, she is also going to spend some time writing out a letter to her people, specifically to Naf, who is kind of looking out for them while she is off on this trek trying to find Connie. And she's going to put a little figurine that she carved, which has a braided cord of red and white on it. And she's going to send that along with the letter if, again, Oriana, I think, had plans to go back to River Inn. And she'll ask her if she can give it to Marin, who will then get it to her people.
Okay.
And aside from that, she's going to spend a lot of time familiarizing herself with the staff, knowing their faces, building rapport with the guards, so that she knows each guard by face and name. And then she's going to spend the majority of her days helping to secure the borders, make sure to just kind of protect as much as she can, feeling a little bit of a burden of a little bit of this is their fault, so she should do what she can to try to help protect the city as much as she's able. And
Okay.
it's pretty simple, so that's pretty much what she's going to do. She's also going to claim the bedroom she's currently in, and she's like, you all can figure out who will bunk with me, but that's where she wants to be, so she's
Okay.
gonna be in
That's
that
fine. It looks like you're with Nemeron, so
all right. She doesn't care.
yeah, it's a private enough area. You guys have your own space in there. So yeah, you easily have the time to do the letter and the little figures that you make in remembrance.
Sorry, is Aaron in the city?
She left pretty much as soon as she dropped you guys off. There were quick conversations between all of you, Freya, Kane, and then you heard them over you were there for the talks over the communicators with Liz and Charlie, and Fulton, who was there, just going over everything and how everyone was. And then, like, pretty much instantly, she had to leave to Sunshield City. That is her home.
Okay.
That is where her family is. She left for there to help them defend. Once she kind of went over with Kane and Freya and Fulton what was kind of needed as a assistant point. But she was the one. She is actually the only person of the group who has the magical capability of hopping multiple places, and so she was the one who likely is the reason why other cities, why you see those other lit up beacons in the sky alongside the one that you are currently at, because she is the only one who has the means of transport. So she pretty much stayed for a few minutes and then was like gone, because she knew the longer she waited, the more lives could be lost.
All right, sorry to interrupt. You said I finished my letter. We're good.
Yeah. So yeah, you haven't yet had a chance to. You didn't even get a chance to check her state of mind beyond what had happened. Unfortunately, it's just things were happening in a whirlwind. But yeah, you managed to meet the guards, learn the guard's name. Again, you gain a rapport with the city. You help many a refugee. You fight a lot of strange creatures that attempt to encroach upon the borders. Most are pushed back or cannot breach the light, but those first days before they can get all of those barriers set up, you are one of the commanding forces that helps make sure that nothing infiltrates the city and makes things worse than they already are. And then once the barriers are up, you will often take the time to help some of the guard regiments that head out slightly to see if there's anyone on the road, and help sort of guide them back into the city and make sure that they get within the walls of the city safely. And most of that is appreciated, which is why when you go to look for the wood and the cording necessary to make the gifts that you create, you are given it without any requirement of exchange of funds, as they are just more appreciative of all of your efforts. And between the things that you and Artemis are doing, and everyone knowing all of the hard work that went into, the Six adventuring and attempting to prevent this, most people are just appreciative of your efforts and happy that you are there, and you are welcomed in by the guard and sort of given a timetable of like shifts and how they're setting things up. And often they will even take some of your advice as to like how they should set things out and be vigilant about certain things, how they train, stuff like that. And you are just in general able to improve their forces and make sure that they can continue to defend the people until things can be further settled. Nemeron. I'll do the people that are not leaving the city first, and then we can go to the people, because the rest are going to be in the same place. So, Nemeron.
Okay. So I actually, the first few days, I'm just going to be sending messages to my dad, specifically, in Sunshield City.
Okay.
It's a 25-word limit, right?
It's a 25-word limit.
Okay.
And how many sendings do you have? Per day?
Per day, I only have 2. So
okay, so you can use 50.
Yeah,
you can use 50 words a day. So.
Okay, so Papa, you have 25 words to answer. Is the city okay? Shit has hit the fan. I'm worried about you guys. Please let me know.
Okay.
And then it's 25.
Yep, that's fine. I mean,
Okay.
as long as it's within the realm. You
Cool.
get a response back. We're bolstering our defenses as best as possible. We got hit hard unknowingly, but thankfully have some of the best military there is to offer. People have lost their lives, but we're okay.
Okay. Okay, and just like over the course of like every other day, just checking up on him, making sure he's still alive.
Third day, you don't get a response. He's gone. No, I'm just joking. He's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
No, yeah, he's fine. He gets back to you each day and explains. After a couple of days, he explains they also have erected a barrier around the city, and that the light is keeping most of the darkness at bay. That the guard is just working around the clock. That he's fairly tired, but he and your brother and sister are both fine, or are all fine.
Okay, for the most part.
Yeah,
Okay.
he says like they're hunkering down in the city, doing what they can to help people. He basically says your brother has been putting on charitable performances to help gather any coin that he can send off to the guard and anyone else to help any refugees coming into the city to take shelter. And that your sister has been using her skill to help provide assistance wherever she can to those who don't have clothing or food or things like that.
Okay. And then throughout the month, I'm going to be heading up to the temple and help bolster the defenses in a divine manner instead. Like making sure the barrier doesn't falter, making sure that like if there is anyone who comes in with like a disease or needs to be healed, they can be healed in the temple.
Okay, so do you go to the Temple of Sahani then?
Well, there's a
So
the temple of
Avonhurst itself, the city, has temples to every single one of the creator gods. Avonhurst Rise is the one that's
up on
in
the
the mountain that houses the shackle like very underneath of it that is like taken care of by Freya and Cain, but that's not the area that's keeping the
being
city.
protected. Oh,
That's
okay.
like its own thing that has like its own sort of divine nature. You feel like
Okay.
that's probably pretty well protected given they're kind of taking care of it. But if you want, you can be a part of the city here and be one of the people that kind of helps with the city's defenses specifically, if you would like. I mean, you can go to Avonhurst Rise. It's not a short trip each time you go up and down the mountain unless you have the means to get there very quickly.
Okay, I just wasn't
and-
aware what. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go to the Temple of the Dreamweaver and just strengthen the barrier as much as I can. And
Yeah, you have to trade like it's basically kind of like a ritual during the day where priests and priestesses trade off like their prayers and their faith and using their own energy to keep the barrier up. And so it's kind of like almost like a shift trade-off. So you spend some of your time trading off those shifts, and when you have extra energy to spare, you help with anyone who comes in injured from being out in the field, whether it be guard or military or just refugees or merchants that are trying to
Or Rena.
Rena.
Oh, Rena too.
But anyone who needs the assistance, also people who ask for divine protection as they might be going out into the field and are going to be combating whatever is within the darkness. Ask for your divine blessings and assistance, and you spend the time alongside the other priests, head priestess, and others of the temples. And it's not just your temple that takes part, but all of the other temples are also spending all of their resources to help keep the barrier up, as one person could not hold this alone. It definitely requires multiple people, and the more people that are feeding the energy, the less
better.
it sort of the less it takes from each one individual. But they are all giving out their services as best as possible to help the people, and you are a big part of that.
Okay, for sure. And normally, I'm pretty impulsive. At least Nemron is. Seeing the fact that Lex just straight up and dusted in front of him, that made him realize he needs to be a little more careful with wherever he puts his feet in, So.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay, yeah. So he takes stock of the fact that they are fallible, and even adventurers as traveled as Luxaturna are not invulnerable to what is going on. Okay. Then let us move on to Oriana.
Oh no. First, the moment we get out of the teleport from Aaron, Oriana will pull the copper wire out of her hair and sending Cade. Cade, Thorstone has been released. Prepare a chill for the worst. Please make sure everyone is protected. I'll return soon to help however I can.
You receive a message fairly quickly. We saw what happened. Thank you for the heads up. We're in a bit of a frenzy right now. I cannot spend too much time, but we are taking care of things.
And that's all she can say that day, because that's her last 5th level.
Okay.
About halfway through that first week of us setting things up, who would be the first person to check on Oriana in her room? This is more a question to the group.
Ren, I would have been checking on you guys almost immediately, but if anyone else wants to have stepped in, especially like Navari, who's had the past with you,
Yeah.
definitely allow that. No problem.
I think it would definitely be awkward. I think Navari would go so far as to like basically haunt the frame of your room door, not really knowing what to say, because she's like just livid with Lex, but doesn't want to like. It's so fresh. She doesn't want to like hurt you in that regard. So I think she stands there awkwardly in your door frame, arms crossed, and would just give a simple I'm sorry, and then with the whirling coat just turn out of the room and leave you to your own devices. Yeah, Navari's not big and heartfelt, but like she feels a kinship to you, so I think that's about as far as she would go.
Okay. Then Rena would probably be the one who finds Oriana then.
Yeah.
Oriana, you like open her door to check on her, and Oriana is like packing her things.
Are you going somewhere?
It's all my fault. Everything.
It's not your fault. It's no one's fault. Sometimes fate is just cruel.
But it was my paranoia. I was the one who needed to see it to make sure it was safe.
Oriana. Then you would realize she's being serious because she uses your name and doesn't call you Books. But she'll come over and just kind of grips your shoulder. I should never have said that to you when we were leaving those ruins. Sometimes I need to just keep my mouth shut. But it is not your fault. None of this is your fault. Whether we were there or not. Eventually, somehow, if they had not been able to get to that shackle, there were 2 others. They could have just as easily gone to one of those and broken one of them before we even had a chance to get there. Defense or no defense, sometimes things just happen. Do not carry that burden on your shoulders.
She just drops her things and wraps her arms around your waist and just holds you tight.
And she just pats your head, the back of your head, but she's like, sorry. Like she is not one usually for big things, but when she knows that you need that comfort, she's just like, doesn't say anything else, just lets you cry.
I've messed up so many things in my life. I can't help but feel like this one was on me as well.
can tell you, and I know this sounds repetitive, but with my people, we tend to look at things as opportunities to grow, as looking at mistakes that you have made from the past as let me not make that same mistake again. And unfortunately, not everyone can hear the voices of the past like I can. So, what you do with this is you move forward and do your best to prevent worse things from happening. But with that in mind, you're not infallible, Oriana. You are not all powerful. You cannot stop some things from happening. But you can put one foot in front of the other and walk the path that you are being asked to walk and do the best with it that you can.
Thank you, Verna.
Anytime.
And then as we get into too into character. As we get into like the actual month, Oriana would say, now that things are set up here in Avonhurst, I want to go to Riverrun and make sure that everything is okay there. Maybe help them out. I don't know if they'll have the same protections in place. And I can take us to my mother's manor and get us back here whenever. So is anyone interested in coming with? And Oriana would take the letter for
You actually have a letter, and like it's like a little parcel letter.
Yeah.
Where there's something inside of this parcel along with the letter.
Okay.
Not I. I'll stay here. Too much work to do.
I have to stay too. I'm already compromised. Not in a bad way, but you know.
Navari, who's been out for a few nights, I think would just look at you and give you like a nod and said, I still hold my promise to follow.
And I'll go too. I have some things I could look up in the mountains there or ask around about.
Okay.
Before you go, I'd like to cast a spell. Make sure you arrive there safely. But let me know when you're about to leave.
Yeah. I'll take out the chalk and start drawing outside.
Okay.
Let you know when it's ready.
I'm going to sit down next to everyone and use Rary's telepathic bond and ritually
Okay.
cast that so that I can telepathically communicate with you. I'll put that in the chat so people can see the description.
It only lasts for like an hour, right?
But
Yeah.
it's mainly to see that you get there.
Just make sure
safely.
you get there
True.
safely. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Aw.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
And
I
don't
feel like
forget
the sense-
take my crumpets.
When your mom drops you off at college, are you safe? Are you okay?
Yeah. All right. So you
Leaves you a
create
stash.
the teleportation circle and eventually hop through and find yourselves in that secret room that your mom showed you in the manor. You easily telepathically send back that you are in the city.
I miss you so much already.
But what would you continue to do, Oriana?
I'm going to go to open the door and be like, wait, take the copper pin out and cast. I'll use this ending.
Okay.
Mama, me and two of my friends are going to be arriving shortly. To try and see if the city is safe.
You will get a message back. Oriana, I am very busy right now. Is this fine? do what you need to. But I have my own things to take care of. I'm glad you are safe, and I'm glad to hear from you. But this is a terrible time for everyone. I am safe, as is your father.
And then I'll open the door and go into the house. And
You actually notice your house is full of people.
oh,
As your manor has been taking in those who have needed help, shelter, a space to hunker down. And you see many of your servants and many guard and others of the military helping people, giving them blankets, food, water. You see like in one of the bedrooms, one of the guest bedrooms, like a little infirmary set up as you kind of like walk around. But you notice that your family has given their help to those who need it.
makes sense. Makes sense.
You do not see your mother or father as you do your brief sort of rounds, but you get the sense that they're probably somewhere else helping the city in some other way.
I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of turn to Zavrin and Navari, and I'm going to try to set up a meeting with Cade to see what I can do to help. If you guys want to come with, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, if you have things that you need to take care of.
Do Zavrin and Navari kind of go off in their separate directions?
Oh, I think I would need to play this out a little bit. I think like Navari didn't intend to help anyone, but upon seeing a manor full of people, I think I actually need to think on this a little bit. I think her plan.
Okay, so will you follow Oriana then initially?
Yeah.
Okay. So they what about you, Zavrin?
Yeah, we'll go initially
Okay.
as well.
So initially they follow you to go to meet with Cade, I suppose. How are you going to meet with him?
I will shoot him a quick sending saying I'm in the city. What can I do to help?
He will get back to you and say, if you go to my estate, speak with my head of guard there. They can point you in the right directions to help us bolster the city's defenses and help those who are in need.
Okay.
When I have a free moment, I will come see you.
Okay. I will go and do that then.
Okay. So you head to his estate, set up very much like your own. And you're noticing like the same things you started to notice in Avonhurst after the first week, where people started to open their homes to people getting out of the dangerous areas of the grasslands, now turned badlands, and finding shelter from the darkness and the creatures that lurk within. There is temporary housing set up here, but also most of the well-known in the city who have large properties have opened theirs up to others. And as you get to Cade's estate, you see the same thing. You see many a guard, you see many people, you see like tents set up on the lawns to house those who are in better condition than others. You see the grounds like a sort of like a soup kitchen set up for people who need food and water for various necessities and things like that. When you meet with his head of guard, they just explain that any help with like getting messages to and from certain areas of the city would be helpful. Any kind of ability to triage or heal injury would be useful. helping with the calculation of their stores of food and rations and things like that. Like really, they just ask for wherever you can help, and then they ask like, what are your skills? Where would you like to help, kind of thing.
Oriana would probably offer her magic in terms of sending messages to far off places if
Okay.
she knows who the person is. She would offer healing words as a part of helping triage people.
Mhm.
And then as far as like counting and things like that, since she's fairly intelligent, she'll try and work out stores and like how much do we actually have, how much do we need, where should it go.
Okay. So yeah, all of that is exceptionally helpful, and the majority of the messages they have you is mostly not outposts, but a lot of they're like a lot of people you don't know necessarily personally, but you know in passing, just having lived in the city, are a lot of the people on various councils, judges, people part of the law, people part of guard, people part of the military, things like that. Fairly easy for you to get to know them, and sometimes you even meet them face to face, so that you can then send a message later on as they're like busy in other parts of the city. But you are definitely thanked for all of the help and assistance you're providing. Zavrin Navari, as Oriana kind of like learns of all of these things, as you're kind of like with her, what do you decide to do?
I know for me, I think my not that much of a deviation from my original plan, but I would feeling kind of useless directly in town. I think I would try to help Oriana by wandering out into the dangerous areas to escort people back into the city.
Okay, yeah. So you offer your services with the guard to help like track and then find your way back safely, trying to find the most the path of least resistance when going out to try and like get merchants, or trying to escort merchants to other cities that are not part of Riverend. And you are 100% like thanked and pulled in as soon as they realize the skills that you have and the ability that you have to kind of like navigate the darkness, and your ability to be very quiet and sort of get through without being seen and potentially point out any dangers along the road. You are quickly swept up in that and taken off to be a part of the various like scouting units that go out and either rescue people or escort people to where they need to go. What about you, Zavrin?
Zavrin will do the same because he knows he's good at tricking and blasting, not necessarily in that order. So he'll also go out and try to help find groups come into the city, but every group that they help find and bring in, he'll ask them like if they're from the Spine-Tooth Mountains, hoping that at least one group will have come from that direction.
Okay. So you also help with that. I'll get to you guys in a minute. Oriana, anything else?
At nights, Oriana is going to write and spend like not like staying up, to the point of exhaustion, but is going to be spending a lot of time at night writing in her tome. The very first page, which she has always been writing towards the back and towards the middle. The very first page is going to be a letter to Lex. And it's going to be like a work in progress thing. She's going to work on that, over the, weeks, months, years. Things she wants to say to her, things like that.
Okay.
But the other thing she is going to do is towards that back page where she always writes to Asmodeus. She is going to, on a day where she still has at least one spell for sending, write and send at this, like, simultaneously. I failed. You, my family, everyone, the world. I need to be better. I need to understand leadership. Show me the path so that I may walk it.
As you kind of state this, you sort of feel the breeze blow in your room, and the lights flicker for a moment, and when things light once more, you see in the corner of the room that same familiar face of the tiefling gentleman, Asmodeus. And he just... Failure is so... not absolute. Things certainly could have gone better, but leadership is more than just telling people what to do. It's in how you carry yourself. It's in the choices you make. But I don't think I have to show you a path to walk, Oriana. I think you have plenty in front of you. It's up to you to choose the path and be confident enough about it, and not deviate. It's you knowing when to use your voice and when to listen. That is leadership. There's a difference between leadership and dictatorship. A dictator can be a leader, but not necessarily always a good one. So, understand. I think you've already started to take the steps that you need. But you need to stop second-guessing yourself, and when making mistakes, own them. That's it. No one is perfect. No one expects you to be so. But sometimes the best leaders turn their biggest mistakes into their biggest wins. I have yet to see you do that. Let's hope you still have enough time. And with that, he'll fade.
I understand. With like a renewed sense of purpose, the next day she'll like give even more effort and just try and embody that. The only other thing she would do is she would try and find as many chalks as she can get a hold of. If she has to pay for it, she'll pay for it. If, like whatever the situation ends up being with that. She would also like to try and find, if she can, find a flintlock pistol.
Okay. So the chalk, unfortunately, is a very important resource right now, because that is the main way a lot of the dignitaries or important people are getting from city to city, especially for diplomatic purposes and for important shipments. They will offer you some, but you will have to pay for it so that they can recoup the resource in some way at some point.
Absolutely.
So I believe you already had, so you used one use. I think you still had, what, 2 more uses left?
I have one more right now.
Okay, so if you would like, you can get, I think I said 8 more? Or 6 more? Did I
I
say
think you said 6 more. Eight
Yeah.
total, 6 more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
So-
did have 3. Why did I?
Yeah.
I guess I had 3.
So you
Okay,
get
so
so you can get
6 more, so.
six more.
So,
And each of them is 50 gold, I think,
Mhm.
right?
Yep,
So
yep.
so 300
300
gold. Yeah, so just take that out
Okay.
of the bag of holding, party loot,
Yep.
or wherever you want to take it. And yeah, eventually you do see your mother. You also see your father, but it's a very short reunion. He sweeps you up, he hugs you, he says hello to you, but he is quickly swept away before you even really get a chance to tell him more than a like, hello, I love you, it's good to see you. And he says, apologies, Oriana, I have to I have to go.
She understands.
And he's taken. And within another couple of days, he is actually shipped out of the city to help people outside. And though you are worried about him, he's got a pretty heavy contingent of the Atrillian military. So you have the sense that if you manage to get back during being surprised by this whole thing, likely they'll be okay unless something major happens. And it seems, and your mother tells you that she is keeping in contact with him, and that she will let you know if anything major happens that needs to be addressed, but that she's not worried about him. You do see her. She has been performing for people pro bono to boost spirits within the city, heading around, not only using the opera house, but also heading around to the various estates to perform in whatever way, whether it be through piano or other instrument, to help boost spirits and lift people's hopes, as well as using her own skills in whatever way is needed to improve people's lives as they are trying to make it through this trying time. You do eventually get a moment with Cade. He cannot give you a lot of time as he is commanding the entire Atrillian army and military and trying to make sure and coordinate all of the troops and people that are affected by this. But he does tell you that right now the push into Winan and the squabbles on the borders of Isgrav and Veladon have completely ceased. There is a complete truce, and there are diplomatic sort of negotiations going on between the various countries, talking about this situation as this takes precedence over whatever political issues they currently have. So he does give you that and tells you that right now basically everyone's in a ceasefire and everyone's just trying to help each other out, and everyone is attempting, like, what they're known for in terms of resources and minerals and things like that. They're trying to trade with one another so that all nations can stay afloat, basically, while normal production of various foods and mining and like other types of trade are hurt by this. They're doing their best to assist one another as much as they can. But that's kind of what you get from him before he kind of like apologizes and tells you that it's much appreciated that he has made both Alexander and Ileana aware of your presence in the city and the help that you and your friends are doing, and that they are aware as well and are appreciative of what you need. And you eventually do get a writ from the Triumvirate to you that tells you if there is anything you need, you are welcome to call on a meeting with them at some point to ask them for assistance. But to know that, like, this is not a free-for-all, I can do this whenever I want. Like, this is a one and done. Like, you can call on us, we will help you. Just make sure it's for something worthwhile.
I've earned a favor.
Yeah, you've earned a favor at their choosing of what they would want to give you, so just be aware of that, but
Yeah,
they are recognizing your help and assistance. I will also say, Artemis, I already told you you got 250 extra gold for Rena. Same with you. You would be given money for your services and all the help that you're given, just so you get 250. Just as like personal gold. Nemaron, same with you. And I would say for everyone who's like assisting in this, so everyone gets 250 gold of their own funds. You can add it to your group funds if you want, but this is just for all the help that you're providing to the various nations and cities that you're helping. All right.
It by individual.
Yeah,
So
add it there, and then if you want to later add it into the group total, you can.
Okay.
If you like, for instance, if you need to buy something or something like that. Okay, cool. Navari, how would you spend your month?
Ooh, I think I would just take a note out of Oriana's little story there and just rewind right back to that moment we transport.
Mm-hmm.
And the minute we touch down, Navari would just immediately yell back futilely, "You damn fool!
Okay.
Why would you do that?"
Okay.
And just punch whatever nearest inanimate object is nearby.
Easy enough. There's like a wall beside you guys as you're transported into that room with the various banners of Lux Eterna, their own sort of private sanctum.
Oh yeah,
so
the
yes.
Lux Eterna banner for sure.
Would you punch Lex? Would you punch Lex's? Because she actually has one there.
I don't think she'd be in. I don't think Navari would be cognizant enough to know which banner she's punching.
Okay, so she just punches the closest one, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Easy enough. All right.
And that attitude wouldn't change until she goes out drinking that first night.
Okay.
Before she knows she's traveling with Oriana, she would be just looking for a drink and a fight. So she would head out to the nearest pub, stop just before entering the door, take a collective breath, put a big grin on her face, and then just swing into the pub. Friends and fiends, I know you thought tonight was going to be a mediocre night, but worry not. I am here with tales of adventure. This sword has slain many a monster, not the least of which was the very dragon that haunted the Oribos Isles. Let me tell you about it. And then would proceed to just lie about the most outrageous adventure she's been on.
Give me a deception check.
Okay.
Can Zavrin go with Navari and like yeah, Navari did.
Nope,
Zavrin
she was pissed and probably did not even want to look at your face. And you didn't. I believe Navari said that she asked Rena first to see if Rena wanted to come drinking with her, and Rena was like, "I will, but later." And you were too busy like filling your belly with cheesesteaks on that first night. So you're in like a food coma.
Navari's a little out of sorts, so she rolled a little lower than normal, only a 15.
Yeah, that's fine. Most people are in a pretty shitty mood. Like their whole lives have been upended, whether they live in the city or are taking refuge. And that first night, again, the barriers are not up yet, and people are just trying to make it through. And some of them kind of get pissed about like you talking your ass off about dragons and stuff like that, and some people are just kind of like, shut up. There's demons out there. Fucking dragons.
For all the people here.
But some people are like, we need a good pick-me-up story. Tell us how it ended, and kind of egg you on to go through the wild tales. And some people are enthralled, and others you can see are kind of like, how much of this is real? But they're also not, like, seeing the hope on people's faces and just the enjoyment, even in this brief moment that some people are getting. They don't want to ruin it for others, and so your tale goes through.
Excellent. I think that would be her routine right up until Oriana invited her out to travel with her, and then like.
Okay, so you definitely get known as like the wild, like, tale teller of the pub, coming in with a new one. And like after a while, like some people are still like hanging on to your every word. After a while, some people are like you can't have. How old are you? Like, you can't have done all of these things. Like, this is getting a bit ridiculous. But again,
Yeah.
you lift the spirits, and especially over that week and those first few days before you go traveling, people are just appreciative to have something else to think about that isn't their current state of being in their lives. And so they're, as much comfort as you're taking from it in just being able to just talk shit, they're also taking comfort from it in saying like, well, at least I don't have to worry about whatever thing with like fangs and weird teeth that wants to like bite a piece of my body off when I walk outside, the barrier of light. That this is better than that. So yeah.
Awesome. I think when that starts to feel a little hollow is the perfect timing for when Oriana asks if anyone wants to travel with her, and Navari doesn't want to admit her feelings, so uses the excuse of, well, I promised to follow, and follows to River Run, where I think we've sort of already talked about what jobs Navari takes up. But one thing I think she would want to do is one of these times when she comes back particularly bloody, and with a half bottle of wine dangling loosely from her hand, is seek out Oriana.
Okay.
And just sort of knock on hammer her fist against whatever door Oriana's probably resting in.
Yes.
It's me.
Oh, come in.
Yeah, she'll just push the door open, half falling in, and then slump against one side of the frame.
Oh dear. And I'll just kind of get up and run over and kind of arm over the shoulder, kind of supporting Navari.
I'm fine. Just give me a moment, and she'll look for a chair or something to.
I'll get you over to a chair.
Yep. There's definitely one of those in her room.
After a moment, she threatens to lift the bottle to her lips again, and then just sort of puts it gently down on the floor and says, I know I shouldn't be mad at her. I'm sorry if I put that on you.
It's all right. It's complicated emotions with her. And I can't blame you for feeling the way you do.
Before all of this, I only had the beat up loot on my back and the few items I could cram into my pocket, but I had everything I wanted. Or at least I thought I did. And then the gods and the Lux Aeterna, and she gets frustrated and says, all of you convinced me that I was missing something. And we tried as hard as we could. And it turns out all we did was interfere. I was lied to and tricked into thinking that I had a destiny, that I had some sort of larger part to play. But we're just flesh and blood. We bleed, we drink, we fuck, we die. And now my very soul is condemned. There may not be bars around me anymore, but I am shackled more than I had ever been before, and I don't know what to do about that.
I think what you need to do is look to those who care about you. I'm just kind of like put my hand on her hand. I've been feeling a lot of pain these last few weeks. And the one thing helping me get through it right now is all of you. I feel like this is mostly my fault for what happened in the ruins, but I realized, or I'm coming to the realization that just because we've done something wrong doesn't mean we can't fix it. There are lessons to be learned in failure. And as much as you don't want to rely on us, or at least as much as I think you don't want to, I think you actually do. You want somewhere to call home, I think.
I don't know if I really have a home, but whatever we did wrong out there, I want to fix it with you. And like she's not very coordinated right now, so it's an awkward sort of like sharp point roughly where your shoulder would be.
Give me a dex check with disadvantage. With disadvantage,
Okay.
please. Check,
Alright.
not save. So just like straight dexterity.
Okay.
She just pokes Oriana in the eyeball.
Ask me how I got this
12.
eye
A
patch.
12.
Ooh.
Okay. Just slightly above the boob. You go for the shoulder, but it thankfully not like right in the nip, but like just above the boob in the chest. And Oriana, you're just like, hell.
So wherever you go, we'll put this cork back in the bottle. I don't know how, but I will stab every single thing that comes towards you. Even the bad stuff. You've got me.
Even the bad
And then she kind of like fumbles for the wine bottle, swats it onto the ground by accident. And then
Yeah, it's all over your nice like beige rug, Oriana.
That's okay. That's okay. And I'll mage hand the bottle and just put it on a shelf out of arm's reach.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna rest my eyes for like 5 minutes, and then I want to keep talking about this. And then I think she definitely just slumps down in the awkwardly in the chair and is out for the rest of the night.
Yep.
I will try my best to sort of get her over towards the bed and try and get her onto the bed and make sure she's comfortable.
Yeah, you try, and eventually have to call one of your one of the guards or the people.
Sorry, could I just I need to get her into the bed.
Yeah. But eventually you do get her comfortable and in the bed. And Navari, anything else?
No, I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. I think maybe the one thing that I would want to sort of like say is, I think she would, over the few days of helping people.
Mm-hmm. It would be more than a few days. This would be like a few weeks.
Yeah. Over the weeks of helping people, get just like a little bit of that energy and joie de vivre back from collaborating with Zavrin in their endeavors.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Like, she gets a real kick out of whatever Zavrin can do to help with all the tricks and stuff that Zavrin can do to sort of help these people.
Yeah, you guys kind of trade off. You do your little stealthy. Sometimes you like pop up behind Zavrin. He won't even know you were there. You take the piss a couple of times, both out of one another. Zavrin with his sort of deceptive nature, and you with your being able to be sort of fleet of foot, and very boisterous with your endeavors when you're protecting various caravans and people and stuff like that. And that is definitely easy to do. All right, Zavrin.
All right. So after he wakes from his food coma stupor, man, that was really good. Holy shit. He'll first he'll still be pretty numb about Lex for a few days, and so he'll drown his sorrow, numb his emotions, and eventually, I guess, in the later days, joining Navari at the tavern for some more greasy food and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
very easy. And you hear many of those tall tales that she tells.
And taverns are his favorite place to be, so it's a little bit of an upper for him.
Actually, make an insight check for me.
I want to believe.
Insight check with disadvantage, because you're half in the bag when you're doing this.
Yeah. All right.
You believe what she has to say, and half the time, like, as you guys are finding your way wherever you like, when the pubs close down and start to see people out, or people start to hunker down for the night, like as you guys are like walking back to wherever, you're often kind of like asking Navari like how all of these things like happen, like, did that really happen? And of course she's egging it on and telling you, yeah, of course, and you're really like, you're into it.
Try to support it with little minor illusions of dragons and whatever she's talking about.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I believe her. I traveled with her. I know.
Yeah.
Brenna just shakes her head, following them back.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you're kind of like, you're ushering like Dumb and Dumber here as they like walk
100%.
along. Yeah.
With Lex gone, I think he'll feel a little bit less of a sense of like needing to be good, just because he'll kind of associate Lex with that's why he was becoming a better person. So
Mhm.
he'll start to get into his old tricks, especially at the tavern with Navari. He'll try to invite people to play card games, and he'll use like detect thoughts to play card games with them, do a mind link with Navari to play cards with people,
Mhm.
and then clearly, well, not clearly cheat, but telepathically cheat at cards or whatever game we're playing. If we're playing darts, he'll use his telekinesis with his invisible mage hand to like move their dart over.
Okay.
Um, and then at nighttime, when he's laying in bed with his boots on, because screw it, he'll like stay awake and like be paranoid that his powers are the same as that of like Tharizdun, because it was like a very void-ish energy.
Mhm.
And his kind of looks like that. And so after a few days, he'll at night he'll flip through his book of beginnings, hoping that there's anything in there. But I think it's a blank book, right?
There's some runic scribblings,
Right.
but like nothing. The runes just light up as, and then whatever spell you store in there, sort of like the incantation for that spell, will stay in there as you're waiting for it to be used. But or whatever spell or spells, because I think you can store up to like 5 levels of spells or something like that in there. But other than that, yeah, it's a blank book. It has pages. You can definitely write in it if you want, but there's no writing already in it. Basically, can be like a spell book if you wanted it to be. So, or any other kind of journal.
He was hoping it would have some sort of answers at least by now, but he'll get frustrated with Coralon and that this book's not helping. He'll kick it across the room and just kind of leave it there for a bit,
Okay.
and wait a few days before getting it back. And then he'll also seek out Nemeron.
Okay.
And he'll go up to Nemeron and go, Nemeron, you talk to the Sahani, the dark god with the dreams and the shadows and the trickery, right?
More like she talks to me when she feels like it, but yeah, for the most part. I mean,
does her magic ever look like this? And he'll start to summon a aberrant blast in his hand, just to, like hold the energy there.
I'll go ahead and use, well, I guess for this part, my channel divinity, just Twilight Sanctuary. And you see just like this sphere of starlight emanate from him, purple black with like white speckles. And since you're in it, since you're an ally, you're coated in like just gentle black flames. I mean, I guess I don't know. I actually don't know a whole lot about the Dreamweaver the way I would like to. Especially why I'm staying here, hopefully, to learn more. And once he sees like enough of it, I'll just drop it and you just see the
Yeah,
sphere.
his Zavrin's looks different. It's like black with this like yours has, it's black with purple energy, but it has this like speckle of like silver starlight within it. And it's sort of muted. Zavrin's is this like black energy with this like pinkish purple sort of like magenta within it, and this like sort of white line, white outline around it. Definitely not something you've ever seen. His magic's different, but he doesn't follow the Dreamweaver, and magic comes from all different places. And like when you've seen Artemis cast, his magic is also different in color and nature. When you see Navari cast anything, hers is green and verdant and vibrant, and Artemis's has like this orangish, goldish glow to it. So everyone has something different.
I will say this though, Zavrin, you were put in front of this path for a reason. I mean, sure, there was a casualty against our better judgment, but the stars are going to let you know what's in place for you. And whether that's for good or for bad, I guess you got to stick around to see what's happening.
Right.
That's all I can do.
When you talk to her, do you like think about it really hard? Like, do you like hold up a picture of her in front of you? Like, how does it work?
So are you? I mean, honestly, she mostly talks to me in dreams. And the few times that she does talk to me, It's just empty, black, and little one by one the stars start lighting up. And there's no body, it's just a voice, just in the void. But it's comforting. Not many people like the darkness, but I think it's home.
Dreams. Okay, thank you. And then he'll give him a pat and then just manically walk off, and then seek out Artemis this time. Artemis, my friend, questions about Avondra for you.
Oh, what do you have? I could answer him.
When you talk to Avondra, how do you think about her really hard? Do you hold a picture in front of her, in front of you? Do you hold your thingy in your hand and think about it really hard?
Nah, it comes to me naturally. Be gentle, kind. At least that's the healing spells. Avondra tells me to be bold, to make my own choices, be decisive, think strongly, but not as in force of pain. Just know that it's true. Speak and think with your entirety. Trust yourself.
Do you feel her through you?
I don't know if it's feel through me, maybe beside me, around me. Not quite in me at all. No, it's a bit different. The thing that comes from my hand may be guided from her, but no.
Right. I'm trying to understand where my magic comes from. I have to know. I have to understand it.
Yes, yours sounds a bit different. I can't say that mine is like that at all. Have you met anyone else that may have it like yours?
Never. He thinks for a second, and then
You
there's a
do know
pause.
someone, actually.
Right.
No, not who I'm talking about.
Okay.
You know Erin. Her magic is very inherent. It is doesn't come from the same place as yours. But she does not. She's not religious. She doesn't write in a spell book, and she's not like Oriana, or Navari, where it comes through her natural senses or her performance, or performance of will. It comes from the same place that yours is, just from a different source, likely.
He'll pause and think about someone else first, and he'll go, no one other than Erin, of course. She has that innate magic like me.
I see you ponder this quite a bit. How long have you been searching for this answer?
Longer than I care to remember, and he has really dark bags under his eyes at this point because he's not sleeping well.
If you know how I could help you, I'd be happy to. You want me to keep an eye out for people who guide us? Maybe could give you answers? I could ask my god for you. If you have some yes or no questions, I could give it a shot with my coin.
I would like to make a seance or something crazy, magical. We could do something, anything that
We could eat a lot of chili cheesesteaks.
Yes, and then he'll agree to that.
Okay.
Maybe you see visions with a full belly.
Yeah, and then that'll link me up with the dreams. The dreams, yes, the dreams.
If you can think of any other way to help you, I will. Let me know.
With the cheesesteaks, because apparently that's his new favorite food. I'm gonna.
Uh-huh.
It's canon now.
Uh-huh.
So after that, he'll get a little frustrated that he didn't get any easy answers for this thing, because he's always just kind of taken his magic for granted. He's never had to question where it's from.
I know. Interesting how that happens.
but it looks a little bit too much like the bad stuff, especially when he summoned a aberration, and the things that were chasing us were aberrations. So he's like, uh-oh, this is not great. So I guess trying to channel his magic so he can try to talk to whatever, try to make some sort of bond with whatever his magic comes from, even though I know that's not how it works. Jason that knows how that's not how it works, but Zabrin's gonna go for it. He's gonna go to the edge of the light barrier and then just go out just far enough to start like trying to cast magic at the creatures of night, of darkness, and he's just gonna just do aberrant blast after aberrant blast after aberrant blast after aberrant blast.
I mean, you blast the shit out of those things. And you destroy many a creature and watch them sort of wisp away into shadow or ash. But as you kind of like release your frustration and anger, you're kind of left there with no more answers than you started with.
You'll get kind of like fed up with it and like, what the hell is this place anyway? And then serendipitously, because I'm going last so I can make it time out this way, when Oriana says next day, hey, who wants to go to River Run? He's like, let's get the heck out of here.
Okay.
And then River End, again, just aside from helping people, he'll interrogate everybody, almost try to figure out if anybody's from the Spine-Tooth Mountains, because that's the only other clue he has to his power. Because when we were going by the Spine-Tooth Mountains, he felt a strange connection with something in the mountains.
Go ahead and make a investigation for me. Okay. It's like you go through a lot of people. But eventually you do get a couple of stories from people who are coming from up north. A lot of people have hunkered down in Emberhold because it's easy to use as a bastion of safety, using the mountains as like the cover and having a smaller area to kind of keep safe, versus like a city like Riverend that doesn't have protection on all sides and kind of has to like bastion its entirety. But there are a few people that were like caught out on the road, merchants, and they do tell you of strange tales from a town on the edge of the Spine-Tooth Mountains in Isgravian territory, that the people began to attack one another and tear one another apart before the darkness happened. It's just stories that, and these people are a trillion, so they're not Isgravians, so they don't know the truth behind them. But that this village, the tales that came from some merchants who have been on the fringes of the borders or traveled into Isgrav before, have come back and said that it's like the people went crazy and attacked others, and it almost became something not normal, as if some type of insanity took them. But no one's gone back there to fully vet those stories, and if those merchants and peddlers were just making something up to scare people away, potentially from a deal, or just because they maybe uh, um, like disrespected Isgravian custom and maybe were just like kicked out kind of thing. Like, you're not 100% sure, but those are stories that you get, and you do corroborate it with a couple of different people, not a lot, but a couple of different people that have come to Riverend who have said, yeah, I've heard those same stories. I've never been there myself. I couldn't tell you if it was true. So you get the sense that there might be some merit to this. What the truth is, the real truth, versus what's sort of covered up in the like broken telephone of these tales, you're not sure. But something happened up there.
And he'll take this information to Oriana, who he's like, Oriana, you understand this region. You know everything about this place. You're so smart about all this. What can you tell me about this town? And he'll try to describe it as best as he can.
Yeah, you get the name. The name is Kona. Kohna. Oriana, you don't know anything about Isgrav. You can't even really make a history because you've been there all of once when you were on the border in Emberhold. You've not actually even been into Isgrav. So you don't really know.
Sorry, Saffron. I don't. Isgrav is not my area of expertise.
You could go there, and then you would be an expert after this.
It's not really a good time to be traveling, Saffron. I mean, if we were all here, if that's something that you think is important, maybe after we all group up again, we could try. Assuming we don't have other things to attend to.
Yeah, yes, that would work. I think we could do it. He'll just kind of like nod to himself. He's getting a little more manic as things go on. But he lets it out when he goes on to the trips with Navari, and they'll maybe start keeping count of the creatures that they slay or trick in almost like a contest whenever they go outside.
All right. Yeah, and they do. And the magic you use to combat the forces of darkness is effective against them. I will say the one sense that you get that you remember being told is Artemis took that one artifact forged by Tharizdun's Shadow Scar. And you remember Lex talking about also having an enchantment from an artifact on one of her guns. And the fact that using it against generally forces of darkness is either ineffectual or less effectual because he commands those forces. And if she ever tried to use it against him, he could basically render it useless if he wanted to. The one sense that you get is your magic never feels useless against these forces. So there is definitely something different. It does not feel like it comes from the same place, nor did you ever get the sense that you had a pull towards Shothragot or Tharizdun when that first time you saw that madness, and never have you had that sense of madness or going mad or you've seen strange things in your dreams, but not what you've experienced with Tharizdun and Shothragot and the various warnings and things, and now this new state of the world. You get the sense that you still don't know what it is, whether it is good or bad or indifferent or where it comes from, but you get the sense that it's not from the Abyss and it's not from Tharston.
That'll make him less manic. Manic level down.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd still be worried because you don't know, and it's not necessarily. You have been told you have the choice to do good things or bad things. You have a power inherently, and you've seen what happens when you allow it to control you or you don't take control of it in your past. But you don't get the sense that there is any connection with the God of Darkness. All right.
Feels better about that.
Is that everything? All right. So you all eventually get your compensation for all of the things that you've done. Oriana, you cast Teleportation Circle one more time to find yourselves back at Avonhurst, meeting up with your group, seeing how everyone's been doing over the months, and preparing to get ready for when Fulton inevitably comes to call upon you.
They arrive, if I can add.
Yeah, you have time.
I come out to Oriana and I go, "Oh, you're here. Wonderful. Come back. I got you this. I think you'll like it." And it's a salad with spinach, kale, carrots, cucumber, celery, crumbled blue cheese, red wine vinegar, and cherry tomatoes. And I say, "I've learned much while we were gone. I hope you like it." And I will look over. I will look over to Navari and say, I guess you'll like this. And I'll give him some mulled wine.
Okay.
And I will see Zavrin, and I'll go, "I remember you wanted to kind of feel better, and hope this will do." And it's a big chili cheesesteak, probably like almost like a foot long.
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to roll a D100 for me, please.
All right.
Suspicious.
Okay, slash first and then roll.
You've been blessed by Chef Boyardee.
66.
Sick.
It's all as like, I mean, the salad's pretty good. The vinaigrette tastes quite nice. It's got that right amount of like tartness and sweetness. Zavrin, this is like a new thing. Before it was just like the like Philly cheesesteak. But this has got like some like extra oomph to it, and it's definitely tasty, and it's got like this fresh taste to it. And Navari, you can never say no to some nice mulled wine. It's definitely pleasing coming back to something that it's something that you can feel like you can just like chill out with, versus like the manic drinking you were doing when you initially left the city.
Yeah. And I think if I could steal a moment for group then with this mulled wine, she would hold up the mulled wine and said, "Weeks ago I misspoke. If you'll allow me to redo my toast. To fallen friends and friends to be."
All right. And I assume you pour some for everyone?
Yeah.
All right. You all have a little bit of mulled wine and toast to your future. All right. With that, you are all level 11. Let us roll some HP. So let's start with Oriana.
Oh, you're gonna start
You're
with me,
taking
alright.
You're taking another level in Bard, I believe,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
Okay. So D8, please.
I need a whammy.
All right. So you rolled a 2.
There's the 2 again.
All right. So add 2 to your HP. All right, Navari. You're taking a
All right.
level in Ranger?
Yep.
Okay,
So
so
a
D10.
D10?
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice. Max HP. So add that 10 to your current HP on D&D Beyond. So you should just be
My
able to add a
very
10.
very unhealthy month.
I
turned
mean,
out
you
well.
did a lot of work, yeah. All right,
And your con
Zavrin.
modifier too.
Zavrin, let's go.
Okay, D6, pop off.
I have 5.
Oh,
Oh, no,
not
that's,
bad.
sorry, a 3.
Average.
Because that's, yeah, it's average.
Better than me.
All right. All right, so add that 3 to your rolled HP in D&D Beyond. Artemis, let's go. Another level in Cleric, I assume?
Yep, it is number
So
11. Here we
D8.
go. Rolling a D8. Oh,
Nope,
but
no,
I reroll once.
Yeah, you you do, actually. Everyone rerolls ones for HP rolls, so.
Right, going again.
Second time.
Telling time's a charm, right?
Here we go.
7! That's much better. Nice.
10.
Okay.
Break 100.
Nice. All right, Renna. Let's roll that D12. You're taking another level in Barb. 9.
Nice.
Pretty good. All right, add that to your total. And then, Nemeron, you're taking a level in Fighter.
Yes, I am.
All right, roll
Nice.
that D10.
Oh, let's go.
Max HP. Very nice.
Okay. okay.
All right.
Y'all better tank for
Yeah,
me.
that's gonna be you guys.
Don't worry.
Yeah, so make sure you update your stats in your HP in D&D Beyond, and then on Roll20 when you get that update. And yeah, I will update all of our layouts and cards and everything once it's all done for next week. With that, I think we'll take our break for the evening so that we can stretch our legs, grab a drink, do what we need to do before we jump into this next part of the game. So don't go anywhere, everyone. Stick around. We will be right back very shortly, and we'll see you in a few. Okay, so you are all back together in your manor. Is there anything specific you would like to do as you wait for Fulton to eventually come to you and whisk you off to Sunshield City?
I have a thing. I'm gonna go ahead and cast sending to
Okay.
my dad again,
Okay.
and just let him know like the gist. Hey, I'm coming home with some friends. There's some tender issues happening, so don't. If you notice something, don't bring it up. Just we'll talk about it later. Something along that line.
Okay. He just says, right, it's fine with me. Come see me when you have a chance.
Okay.
That's it. Anything else?
I would like to be somewhere in the manor and maybe the kitchen, perhaps, and use Word of Recall as a spell so that if we're out and about, we can somehow get back to this location.
Okay, so you're going to designate the kitchen as your like little shrine to Avandra and your faith.
Naturally.
So yeah, you make like a little sort of area in the corner of the kitchen, and you cast that spell, and you designate this as your sanctuary. That spell is taken for the day now because you had to spend it to designate it. Or you know what? I'll say this:
I would have done it the day before.
Would you? Yeah, you would have had plenty of chances to do this. So I'll say you've already designated that as your sanctuary. So now, if you want to, if you need to, come back in quickly in a pinch, your Word of Recall will bring you back here into the kitchen of your manor.
Thank you.
Cool. All right.
So Zavron's going to use the disguise kit before we get whisked off to make himself look not like himself as much as he can.
Okay.
Like changes his skin tone a little bit, like changes clothing out. He doesn't want to look
Okay.
like himself.
Bleaches his hair back white.
Yeah.
No, that's too much. That's too far.
Okay. So, go ahead and make a disguise kit check with your charisma and your. Is that it?
Yeah.
What was the first one though?
It's just a bunch of code.
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't think that wasn't me.
Yeah, it's just weird. Okay. A 20. Okay. Yeah, you change your skin tone slightly. Do you do anything with your ears?
I don't know. Can I can't tuck them in or anything, so I'm stuck with the
No, I mean
ears.
you put a hat on or something, I guess,
Yeah.
but like.
Yeah, I'll wear like a shawl or something around my head.
Okay. Yeah, you lighten your skin tone, you put a shawl on, you change to what, more mundane type clothes?
Yeah, more
Okay.
boring clothing to him.
Okay. All right. You do so. And eventually Fulton comes knocking at your door and asks you if you're all ready to take a trip. Is everyone are you all ready to go? I can get us there. The service will be starting in just a little while, and I want to give us enough time to get settled and everything like that. So, you guys all good?
Where are we dropping in Sunshield City?
Well, a private place that I kind of know of.
Okay.
But once we're out of there, and into the streets, you'll probably recognize it if you're from there.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Brenna's gonna look at Zav, like just side eye, like, what are you wearing?
Yeah.
He'll just do quick glances back, like, what do you mean?
All right.
This is normal. This
Where are
is
you?
okay.
Wait.
As you are transported to Sunshield City, you find yourselves within a loft in what you assume to be a large home. Fulton guides you downstairs and through a long hallway to a grand staircase as you see various staff nod in recognition towards him. He leads you out into the street where the sky is overcast and the rain falls silently upon the stone. It's as if the weather understands the sentiment of this day. You can see the black of the darkness on the horizon, but know that this city is also protected by a barrier of light similar to what was erected in Avonhurst. Fulton motions you to follow him as you wind through a few streets and eventually find yourselves at a large open park with chairs and a raised platform. Behind it is a large basin of stone and metal, currently being filled with wood. You can see various people already chatting and milling about, as well as Aaron, standing on the platform speaking with two men that none of you, except Zavrin, recognize. This is Gawain Justicar, Prince of Veladon, and the head of the guard for the royal family as well, Everick Shieldheart, Aaron's brother. Though both are older than you remember, given it's been almost 10 years, you could easily recognize them from their station and what they wear. You also notice the familiar sight of the Knights of the Spire, the main vanguard and most well-trained unit of the military and vanguard that protects the city and the country's borders. They seem to be guarding the ceremony and ensuring that everything goes smoothly. The most interesting thing you see is once Fulton gets you situated in one of the front rows where the distinguished guests and people of importance are gathered, off to your left in one of the other rows is your cousin, Zavrin Vezrin, fully decorated as the head of the Knights of the Spire. And he is looking right at you with surprise. Beside him, the familiar sight of an older but still beautiful Ezra, who you remember playing with when you were younger. He whispers something to Ezra before stepping out of his row and heading your way. The rest of you see this man coming your way, dressed in full military regalia with short-cropped blonde hair. He nods at you all before looking at Zavrin. It has been a while, cousin. 10 years, to be specific.
I have no idea who you are talking to. It must be someone else.
He raises his eyebrow and he looks at the rest of your group, focusing on Artemis. Thanks to Miss Shieldheart explaining your deeds in the recent past, you have been granted amnesty from your charges given the current state of things, but you are not absolved. He turns back to Zavrin. We have much to talk about since you left without a word. Not a letter, nor any other correspondence to even let us know where you spirited away to. As though you wanted to forget everything, including your family. He scoffs, and his gaze quickly shoots over to Ezra. Still, it is good to see you and know you are safe in these dangerous times. I know your father would be pleased to see you. When you have a spare moment, please say hello and we can have a conversation. He gently pats you on the shoulder, giving it a squeeze before stepping back to turn around. Oh, the king also wishes to see you all while you are within the city. It would be wise not to ignore his request for all our sake. And he looks pointedly at you, Artemis. And with that, he heads back to his place in the other row.
Brenna's like looking at Zab like, so many secrets.
I'm just looking between Zavrin and Artie, just confused as hell.
I'm gonna put my cloak up a bit and kind of tighten it and
Make yourself seem smaller.
yeah.
Trying to deflect attention of the group towards Artemis. Zavrin will kick Artemis like a light kick. What haven't you told us?
I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you anything more. You gotta just enjoy this ceremony. You're ruining it.
Do we all have to see the king? Cause like, I could easily not.
Somebody come with me.
I'll go with you.
Oh,
I don't know if I'm going to be allowed. At least, not if it's just the two of us.
it sounded like they wanted to see all of us.
I agree. It sounded like that.
I think
If I
that it
go, I'm
would
just
be
gonna steal
smart
your
of us.
thunder.
No, I'm just saying it would be smart of us to not piss off a king. That's all my thought.
Really don't think we should do any stabbies. Not here anyway. Look at the guards everywhere.
Well,
Cousin Vezrin does not fuck around with these kinds of things.
And DM, would I know how strong like the guards in the city watch are in Sunshield City? Like, would I know like? what they're
Yeah,
capable of?
these are not guards. These are the Knights
They're
of the
military.
Spire. These are like
Oh,
the special forces of
They're
the
the SWAT team.
Veladon. Yeah, like
oh, okay.
you'd be up against some pretty heavy opposition if you tried to start shit with
Okay.
them. And then on top of that, Everick is the literal like royal bodyguard to the king and prince. He's probably one of the most well decorated soldiers of the noble houses.
Okay.
Probably one of the best swordsmen in the country. And then Vezrin, who is now the head of the Knights of the Spire, also probably one of the most decorated military commanders and well tested in battle. So you get the sense if anything broke out here, I mean,
It'd be squashed.
heaven help who tries to screw around.
Okay.
On top of that, you have Aaron on the platform as well, who takes no shit.
I'm gonna whisper to the group and say, so I was thinking we should have done this before we arrived, but I could have done the mental telepathic bond thing again and we'd be able to talk to ourselves when the ceremony's going on, but we'd be kind of in each other's heads. But
Well-
we would be able to say things without letting anyone else know. I could tell you my story as to why they're wanting to talk to me.
Well, with all due respect, Artemis, typically with ceremonies like this, the passing on of ancestors or remembering those who have been lost should be something that you listen to and take with reverence and respect those who have fallen before. Not something where you would distract us with stories. Not that we do not want to hear them, but there is a time and a place.
But yeah, that's why I'm asking you now. I'll keep it to myself and tell you later.
We can talk later. I don't think we're going to be stuck here.
Very well. I will enjoy the ceremony.
Okay.
And it's more to take it seriously.
All right.
Rena takes this stuff serious.
All right. So. Here we go. Eventually, the crowd settles and you see the soldiers stand to attention as the crowd is asked to stand for the procession. You all begin to hear a light melody being strummed and amplified on a guitar as you turn and see a line of soldiers carrying banners begin to march down the center aisle towards the raised platform, fanning out in front of it in a coordinated manner. As the soldiers thin out, you see people, families in mourning, walking the aisle. They hold flags and banners signifying their loss during the fight against the darkness. As a voice begins to ring out over the melody, you recognize it as Liz, who you'd all heard playing guitar and singing once before when you initially assisted one another to delve into the ruins of madness. Her voice carries over the rain and light wind of the day as the procession continues. Eventually, you hear her and Charlie strumming along as they walk in the center of the group with Freya and Kane behind them. Their faces are somber and crestfallen as they hold their own banner. You recognize it as the one you saw in Avonhurst, which you know represented Lex. Their loss is clearly painted across their features, and as you turn to look at Erin, you can see as she stands atop the raised platform, stiff, blank, but you know it's likely a mask covering up the anguish you remember hearing in her voice that day. They move forward with the rest of the group and eventually make it to the front, stepping up to the platform and continuing the music while the rest of the line continues and seats fill with all of the people remembering those they lost. Freya and Kane gently pat Liz and Charlie on the shoulder as they continue playing before giving Erin a hug and then moving off to their seats beside Fulton. Eventually, the entirety of seats are filled with more standing behind and around the area to pay respects to those lost, defending the city and people from what had occurred. You watch as the man Erin was initially speaking with steps up and begins to talk. He talks about bravery, sacrifice, and justice for those lost. He explains that the Crown is hard at work to find a way to stem the spreading darkness and are working with other nations to make sure travel is safe when needed. He tells the crowd that the sacrifice of the brave soldiers and people to secure the safety of the city and those caught outside during the initial demonic incursion will not be forgotten. You see the crowd take heart at his words and find some comfort in their loss being for something larger. The prince continues to talk about how they are proud of the dedication of their soldiers and people and the resilience of Veladon in times of crisis. He ends by introducing Erin, a member of the Dawn Guard and the group Lux Eterna. As she steps up to the podium, she is the epitome of poise and stoicity. However, you all know her well enough to see the emotion held in check behind the facade she is presenting. I know how hard it is to move forward in such dark times after experiencing the things we all have, and how easy it is to lose yourself to despair and simply give up hope. But if we don't continue to fight and work to survive and help one another, then the sacrifices of those who gave their lives to ensure we still live was all for nothing. We must all do what we can, from continuing to keep our shops and libraries open, all the way to defending our walls from incursions, to those who will venture out into the darkness to drive it back. Every action matters, no matter how small. This will be the hardest period of our history we've ever faced. It will be terrifying and at times feel like nothing we do makes a difference. But take heart. Hold your loved ones close and tell them what they mean to you. And remember, it's always darkest before the dawn. As she steps back, the prince says the last few words and condolences before closing out the gathering. You watch as the soldiers line up and a few of the less armored individuals step up and you see they all mutter an incantation shooting beams of light up into the sky a few times in remembrance of those lost. Then the procession begins to march off and the crowd begins to thin as you are all left in the rain to process everything on your own.
So did Erin leave with the other group too?
She is still up there.
Okay. Is it something where Rena would be able to approach her?
Yeah, you see her you see her head off for a moment to
Okay.
like she finishes a conversation with the prince and her brother as they move off to talk to some other dignitaries. And you see her step off the platform and head towards a red-haired gentleman standing off to the side under a tree. You watch some speech pass between the two of them. You're not sure what is exchanged, but after a few moments, you watch as Erin just smacks him right across the face. And you watch as more heated words are exchanged between the two of them before you watch the man walk off into the rain and distance. But eventually she does come your way.
Okay.
And none of us recognize the red-haired man, right?
You don't, no.
Okay.
So when she comes over, Rena's gonna kind of step around the others a little bit, reach into like a pouch at her side, and pull out one of the things that she spent time carving and braiding. And it's a small little thing. But she approaches Erin and just kind of like inclines her head to her in a kind of respectful bow. And she's, Erin, if you would permit me. And she kind of holds her hand out for Erin's hand.
Of course. Erin will hold her hand out.
So when she holds her hand out, Rena just kind of takes her hand in hers and then places this trinket into her palm, and then kind of takes her hand and just closes it around it. And she says, Vashnia sake deshtit hirensala. You hold the strongest tie to Lex and to that memory. And something that we do very often is the one who is the closest to that person, whom we assume to be the closest to that person, is the one who receives these from my people. And I just wanted to pass this on to you because I recognize what she meant more to you than probably to any of us. But just so you know, I know I don't understand the depth of your loss, but I do know loss myself. And I just hope that you don't forget the impact that this person has had on your life, and you continue to carry that memory forward. And if she looks at it, she'll see that it's a very kind of simply carved little figure of a gun with a braid that is attached to the bottom in the colors of what typically was on Lex's banner. So it's just kind of very specific to her. And it's got a loop on it so that if she wants to wear it, she can. And you would actually notice, if you guys were looking, Rena actually has a few of them herself hanging on her pouch on her belt. So it's something to her that is significant, but she's just hoping to give that to Erin, and then she just will kind of step back.
Yeah, Erin takes it and looks at it for a moment. She just says, I don't think I could ever forget, Alex. But I am sure you know loss. And I wouldn't presume that you wouldn't. I thank you for this. This is very kind. I will keep it with me in memory.
She'll nod and just kind of step away so that if the others want to say anything, they can. But she's essentially done what to her, means something. So
Yep, she's paid her respects.
Would approach. In times like these, they happen, shake us to our core. I don't know exactly what you're going through, but we're here for you. We're all down there. Sometimes we hold the guilt. Why me survive and others not so much? Avondra would tell us there's a reason. I'll do what I can for you, and I hope you'll come to us if you need anything. You've helped us so much. You deserve our support as well. Let's step back.
I appreciate that, Artemis. I think that all we can do is move forward, but there are some regrets that we will live with for as long as we have days. And It's just something we're gonna carry with us. But I appreciate it. I also haven't
Won't-
forgotten my promise to you.
Thank you. In time, but you don't carry it alone. We all carry it together.
While we all carry what happened that day, there are certain things between Alex and I that, unfortunately, I carry alone.
Can I see what emotion she's referring to? Love, sadness.
Go ahead and insight check her.
Trying to see what secrets may have existed.
Oh, detect thoughts. I can detect thoughts. No, I wouldn't mess.
That's 18.
I mean, she's not trying to be evasive at this point. She definitely had love for Lex. You also remember when you were in Riverend and Lex was trying to go after Afrain. It was specifically over something that happened between their group. And she had arguments with Fulton over it, explaining that she was blamed for something that was assumed to be on her shoulders because she was the only one who would have had information about it. And her whole crusade in that city, she seemed to have been able to get what she needed. And you get a sense that whatever that was caused a rift likely between her and Aaron. One of the things you do remember, Lex wore a ring on her finger. I will say this, you have a decent perception. That same ring, when you first met Aaron, was tied around on a string around her belt. You see her wearing it on her hand. So yes, you get the sense that she is probably pretty heartbroken and dealing with the fact that maybe they were unable to resolve all of that before Lex was taken.
More than I had expected. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And hence the sad thing that Lex said too, right? The "I'll never stop loving you" line.
Mhm.
Yep. Or she never stopped.
She didn't. Erin composes herself and looks to you all. Sorry, this has been a difficult last few weeks. I'm sure for all of you as well. I hope our manor treated you well and you've found a place for yourselves within Avonhurst, and I've been all right this last little while. Oh, well, you're all morose, so not sure whether that's because things are not going well, or...
Well, I mean, it's appropriate for the mood. I mean, we're just being loud right now seems wrong. Rather pay our respects in silence.
Fair, but things are okay.
For the most part, yeah. Avonhurst is safe. Barrier's strong.
That's good.
People are fed.
The Ren is doing all right as well.
Yes, we've had our own diplomats speaking with Atril. It is in all of our best interest to work together at this point. None of us want innocent life lost for no reason. So we are doing our best to help one another with what resources we can, even if our ideals and beliefs differ at certain points. I and the others, we obviously have much to talk about. given everything that's happened, we're all meeting back up at my estate to discuss things. I believe you've already been there. Fulton would have teleported you in. Please take the time that you need to pay your respects or do whatever, if it is to take stock of the city or get your bearings. But hopefully within the hour or so, you can meet up with us. If you'll excuse me. She'll nod her head, give all of you a look, and turn around, walking off into the rain.
Well, I don't know how people do things where you're all from, but on board a ship, we crack open a cask and celebrate a life when we mourn a death. So I'll start. She pulls out a flask. I don't think it's a secret that I've held a little bit of resentment, but I'll give Lex this. She was brave and she wanted to help. She was going to aid me in some personal business, and I appreciated and respected that. So, everything aside, thank you, Lex. And I'll pass the flask to Artemis.
Okay.
You all might not know this about me, but I don't drink. I do mean no disrespect. I can't, but I will raise the glass and hand it to the next. We'll say.
Who do you hand it to?
Renna.
Okay.
And I'll take it. She says, "Not a problem. I'll take yours for you." And she'll take a swig for him. And then she goes, "Well, as I have said before to you, I believe, and my people believe, that even once you pass beyond the flesh, you are not truly gone. And as someone who has the privilege of being able to see the ancestors, and as you have seen them fight beside me, I would hope that gives you hope as well. And may we be able to stop people for a time, at least from crossing from the flesh into the ancestral planes sooner than their time." And she'll then take her swig and pass it over to Zav.
Thanks, Muscles. Well, as you all know now, I have some family here. And I left that family, and I went to Dash where you met me. But when I got there, I was taken in by not the best family, but Lex saved me from that. And she saw the good that I could do with what I have. And in a way, she became my good family, that one that I didn't know I needed at the time, but one that I needed nonetheless, even if it was offered at the end of her gun at the beginning. She was a mentor, a trusted friend. I owe what I am now to her, and the best thing that we can do is let's just kill that fucking thing and make sure that it wasn't for nothing. Then he'll take a drink and he'll hand it to Oriana.
Lex is the reason we are all together. Or at least together and alive. She convinced me that the story I thought I was writing could be about something I never thought possible. And she inspired me to look beyond the perceptions of the world and get to know someone for who they really are. I owe many things to Lex. And someday, hopefully I'll be able to say them to her. I'll pass it on.
Okay, Nimmeron.
Death isn't the end-all be-all of all things. At least when I was on that edge. The stars kept me company, and they're keeping her company too. And once they all align for us, this darkness will be gone, but the stars will shine brighter than they ever did. And I just take a fat swig of the flask.
All right.
And I pass it back to Navari.
She puts the lid back on the flask of Smirnoff Ice. No.
Best.
The grape one, y'all.
Those Four Locos.
That
Crown
wild
Royale.
grape.
Yeah. Tasty.
Goes to slide it back into her coat and then rethinks it, and then goes and places the flask on the memorial.
There is one like laying out by the by the platform podium.
So she'll walk over and put the flask on the memorial and say, "May the stars guide you."
Okay.
Well, we were invited over to go to Aaron's place. Is there any other thing we want to do before we go there?
Did she tell
Okay.
us when we have to be there?
She said
An
within the
hour?
hour.
Oh, okay.
She asked you within the hour. She gave you time to basically handle your business, regather yourselves if you needed to. You get the sense that it was less for you to regather yourselves and more for her.
For her. Okay, fair.
Yeah. But yeah, she gave you time to kind of do what you need to do in the city and for the hour. But you get the sense like the walk here took you a little bit, so the walk back will take you a little bit.
Okay.
You could maybe make a short stop beforehand, but probably not anything more than like a short stop if you needed to.
She sounded
Is it-
pretty insistent on us heading there immediately. I don't know.
Just wondering if we want to talk about, Saverin's family especially. You have a lot to tell us right now. Trying
You
to
both
be
have a
angry
lot
with
to
you.
tell us.
Are we
Mm.
airing dirty laundry right now?
We could
Mm.
air it along the way. We've got a little bit of a walk.
Fair.
I wouldn't mind knowing what I'm getting into personally.
Yeah, Zaverin.
Go in with all the eyes open.
Should we maybe use a different name for you? Or is
You
it
could
too
call
late?
him Roller. That's what I call him.
Okay.
I mean, I will
I mean,
say
I
you
was-
don't get the sense that Zavern was in trouble. If anything more, you got the sense that Artemis was more in trouble than
Yeah.
Zavern
I was pardoned. I was pardoned. I'm good. There's no problem at all.
Zavrin's
Fine.
you got that
Pardoned,
like
it
when
was-
Vezrin came over, you got the sense that they were more upset at Zavrin because he seems to have been gone. Like he seems that he left with no notification to any of the family.
Okay.
And it's more like they're upset at him for doing that, but he's not in trouble. Whereas Artemis was specifically called out for being pardoned for something that he's done.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it
Or
pretty,
being
like-
under amnesty for now.
Okay.
Artemis, what are you looking at?
Beautiful structures around her, eh? Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, nice
Yeah,
try. What did you
yeah.
do?
Oh, you're all wet. Let me help you with that prestidigitation. Clean you. Oh, to make you better. You're all clean now. Look at you dry.
And you're getting
She's
wet
good.
all over again as the rain is still pouring down on you.
Brenna's gonna just kind of walk a little bit in front of Artemis and just like look down. What did you do? Just tell us. It's not like we don't all have our own things that we have had happen in our lives. We forgave Oriana for the
When-
whole war crime thing. What you think is
tell
going
you,
to be
I'll
so
tell
much
you,
worse?
I'll tell you. Okay. So, when I was younger, I know I'm young now, but I'll tell you, my mother was gone. I didn't know where else to go. I needed to find her. The only people that I thought would know were the mage hunters. So when I was 18, I left Avondra and my family there for the sake, and I went to find the mage hunters. With the mage hunters, I was not the healing type that I am now. I definitely interrogated many of them, took information from them that I could. Some probably had families and mourned the loss of them, much like we saw here today. I regret what I did, and I got nothing out of it. I don't know where she is. Aaron may know. But as we were on that mountaintop many months ago, I wanted justice, wanted to find him now. I was cautioned by the gods to be patient, careful, wait. That's what I'm doing now. But it seemed to caught up with me. So I don't know what exactly is in store. The pardon sounds good, but I may have a debt to be paid, offering to give, time, gold, I don't know. All I can hope is the good graces that I've done so far even out, and I'm not going to end up with an ankle bracelet like someone else in the group. And I may not be able to answer any questions you have, but that's kind of what I've done. And I never wish to come back here except to get my mom. And that's the whole story so far.
How long ago did you join the Mage Hunters?
I didn't join
He never
them.
joined them, yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
harmed them. I
And how long ago was that?
interrogated them. Oh, 4, 5 years. It was a good span. I did it for about a year.
Okay.
I had to get out of here when I was about a year ago. Found you all. I'm sorry.
So, I am assuming that given the fact that he was very cross, that your interrogations were a fatal interrogation.
A few, yes.
But your past does not define you as far as I'm concerned. From what I have seen, you have changed for the better. But I cannot speak for the rest of the group, but I myself believe in giving people the chance to move forward instead of focusing 100% on what is behind them. You can learn from your past, you can learn from what you have done, and you can move forward. That is one of the reasons why, with our people, the voice of the ancestors are so important. They warn us about the mistakes of those in our past and try to help us avoid making those mistakes in the future. As long as you do that and you continue to move forward in a positive light, with no more dark interrogations, unless we need to do it to Harry, I think we are all right. That is my opinion anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Artemis, we've all done stuff we regret. Piracy, extortion, light murder.
Whoa,
just move
careful
on
what
from
you're
it.
saying around here. People might be listening. They already got one of us. Now you're gonna get us in trouble too. I understand. Yes, yes.
Circumstantial evidence is not evidence at all. It's a hearsay by word. No body, no evidence.
It only
did what you
counts if
had
there's
to.
witnesses.
Exactly.
And to be fair, the mage hunters, and he'll like look around before saying this, like whispering to the group, little while they a bit of assholes. There's a bit of a history in this city with mage hunters, and I would advise many of you, all of you, to avoid using sorcery here, right? Like
Arcane, yeah, you know
arcane.
divine magic. So like Artemis's magic, Nemeron's magic, even Navari's magic, all fine. Yours and Rena's, all fine. But Oriana's, yours, Erin's, you know the only reason Erin's is sanctioned is because she's part of the Dawn Guard, who are like a trained set of like special ops. Like they're almost like what would it be, like MI6 or the CIA or whatever, like they're covert ops kind of, and they're like the
Have a
only
license to kill.
sanctioned, yeah, and they're the only kind of like sanctioned ones beyond any kind of mages in the king's inner circle or court. But like beyond that, yeah, you generally don't want to be like a wizard or a sorcerer or a warlock or anything like that using arcane magic here, because you'll definitely put a target on your back and likely be taken in.
And during this conversation, at every mention of the word mage hunter, Nemron just winces a little bit.
I mean, Optimus, I could forgive accidentally releasing a war criminal back onto the streets. But torture? I don't know.
Again, I'm not proud of what I did. Regardless, it's out in the open now. You're right, I had to come back here, face it. Lavandra, hopefully guide me to the path that's worthy. I'll make choices, see where I can go from there.
Well, it may take a few of us longer to get over it, but I think overall we have been through enough together to know the quality of the people that we are traveling with. And if we could walk through things we have already walked through together, I am comfortable with walking through in the future.
Just really glad we got another cleric in the group here. You probably healed a lot. Nemeron.
Sure. Yeah. No. Mercenary work isn't all fine and dandy most of the time. Like
What?
the
You
job
weren't
that led
as
me.
a support, you were actually doing the harming as well.
Immersion.
The job that led me to Dash in the first place, that was the first tame job I had in a while. But you know, sword for hire pays the bills, I guess. And speaking about dirty laundry, I do. I'm gonna say it. I'm like, look around. Is anyone like keeping an eye on us as like we're like walking?
No,
around?
you're walking and talking. No one's paying attention to you.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, my father was a mage hunter. Yeah. So there's a lot of tension there with that word in this group, at least amongst you guys. So I'm just saying, if we do come across him, I might have to see him eventually. I'm in the city. I'm home. You guys don't have to come with me if you don't want to.
Nemeron, you've turned your ways as well, and I will not be joining you with your father. No, but
That's fair.
perhaps you
I
can
can
lend
ask around.
assistance and
I can
see
ask
if
around.
he can know of Piper the Grim. Actually, I don't know if I want to No, they could use it against me. Be careful who you tell, if that's the case, actually. There
Okay.
could be repercussions. How about this? You see if you can clear my name a little bit better. Maybe use your father's influence. Say that he followed my son and has changed his ways, something like that.
I'll do my best. I won't make any promises.
Were you ever part of the Mage Hunters?
God, no. Magic wasn't my strong suit until I followed the Dreamweaver. I was always more of a no thoughts, head empty kind of guy. Muscles, you know.
Okay, lead with your spirit. Thank you.
I want to come clean before. There were some hidden little surprises here and there.
Speaking of coming home, and she's gonna look at Zav.
Oh no.
Why did you leave and not tell your family where you were going?
Well, since we're on the topic of mage hunters, when I had my powers come about as a child, there was an accident where people were hurt, and knowing that the shame it would bring my family, what it would do to them if people knew they had a magic user within the family, I decided best that I leave and never return, never be associated with them for that reason.
So you are not hoping to see your family while you are here, even though we ran into your cousin already. They're going to know that you are here.
You also know, by the way, that Liz is his cousin, and she's part of Lux Eterna.
Oh, true.
She called him out on it originally when you first met her.
I would much rather not. Not my family, not his family, no family. Well,
So
maybe
no family.
Artemis's
no one
family.
wants to see their family while we are here.
Well,
Artemis's family. I'd love to see his mother. She sounds fantastic.
sorry.
Rultan, are you wanting to see your father?
I haven't seen him in a while. I mean, I should probably check in on him. It's given all the shit that's happened in the past month and a half, or however.
Well, I can respect that, but are we getting close?
You are.
Okay.
You find yourselves in front of the Shieldheart Manor, and eventually, with the guard and the people looking after the house and the servants, you are ushered inside and led up to a large set of large oaken double doors etched with golden filigree. As the doors are opened, you are greeted with the sight of a large boardroom of sorts, with a long table, windows overlooking the manor gardens, as well as the street beyond, a few familiar faces, and a few you don't know. The members of Lux Eterna are all present, except for Afrain. Charlie and Liz are sitting in two chairs on one side of the table, facing the large windows that look out over the grounds. Fulton is seated on the other side with Freya and Kane also there, quietly conversing. And at the head is Erin, standing behind her chair with her hand upon it, looking a little lost in thought. It's the other members of the room that surprise you. Behind Liz and Charlie, looking out of the windows, are two women of elven or fey descent. One is pale-skinned with long ears and silver-white hair. The cloak around her shoulders looks to sparkle like light stars in the night sky. The woman beside her is dark-skinned, you'd guess drow, with white hair. Her black and red leather armor complement her blood-red eyes. Across from them, near Kane and Freya, are two more individuals. A tall, pale, elven gentleman with platinum hair wearing the garb of a warrior mage. He's leaning over the table, pointing at maps and speaking with them. Behind them, a very large, stone-skinned man is leaning against the wall, looking a bit bored. He has a patch over one eye and dark hair with a long, dark beard. Two figures you do recognize are the golden-armored individual standing off near Aaron, staring out of the window with a small frown, and the man seated next to Fulton. The armored figure does not have his helmet. You first met him when you met the Emperor of Seratan in Zarithamar, standing behind the throne. And you see now his blonde hair and golden eyes on this regal face. His arms are folded behind him, like a general commanding an army. He, like the warrior mage, seems to command more attention than anyone else just through their presence alone. And the other man is none other than Coralin, the god of magic. He is currently speaking with Fulton. Once you step inside, the doors are closed behind you, and you are left to greet the room's occupants. They look upon your entrance, and Aaron waves you forward to take one of the many open seats around the large table. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming. We have much to discuss and a lot of questions we need answered before we can figure out how to move forward from here. You see her give a glare to the man in golden armor when she says this. The warrior mage speaks up. Aaron, we are sorry for the state of things. It was not our intention to... Save your platitudes. As far as I'm concerned, you can take them and shove them up your ass. We need answers. We needed them long before this. The golden-armored man turns and addresses her. If we could have stepped in, we would have. Let Bahamut explain. While we did keep some information between us, it was not anything that would have helped prevent Tharsden breaking the shackles, nor Shothragot returning to make it so. We will answer everything we can, now that it is within our ability. So please, while I understand you are all grieving losses and trying to handle the current state of affairs, give us this opportunity to tell you what we can, and then you can decide if this amount of ire is warranted. We are not blameless, but we did not foresee this either. The man you now know is Bahamut nods and looks at everyone. Please, everyone, take a seat.
Is that the one in the gold armor?
No, the gold armor you are getting probably is Palor.
Okay.
The warrior mage, elven gentleman, elven-looking
Gotcha.
gentleman,
Yep, perfect.
is
It's Bahamut.
Bahamut. I will give you pictures. I think.
okay.
I don't have. I will give you pictures after of what they look like. But
Totally fine. I was just getting an image. Thank you.
yeah,
I feel like
Please.
I'm in a very important meeting.
Oh my god.
I think they're under the gods in the.
no,
in
they're not. They're not there
Oh,
yet.
they're not.
Not
You have-
Palor
you have
and
other ones, yeah.
Bahamut, no.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They're not there yet.
You watch
Anything
as
above
Bahamut.
my pay grade.
Please, everyone take a seat. Let me start from the beginning and listen to the history of our realm and the wider universe. When I am done, any further questions you may have, we will do our best to answer if we can. Let me start from the beginning, for to understand our present, you must know our collective past. Before any realms existed, before life and creation, there was the void, a chaotic vortex of energy, entropic in nature, with no form or essence. Within this energy, a spark was born, curious in nature and adapting to its environment. It began to weave the chaotic energies into something more, and from its efforts, it grew into something sentient. This spark would eventually grow and evolve into the creator, Ao. Ao could manipulate energy to be more than formless, and they began to weave more complex patterns. But as this energy was used for new and exciting creations, the chaos of the void grew dim. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but creation unchecked would throw the entire universe out of balance. So, the void adapted and became sentient itself. The antithesis to Ao was born to keep creation in check. Tharizdun would clean up the rampant creative energies left by Ao, and the cycle of creation and destruction would allow for a natural balance to the universe. You see, neither is good nor evil. They are beholden to their natural predilections, and that which gets in their way is just an obstacle in their path. Autania was the first realm to be created by the great Ao, and is so named for them. However, Ao has no interest in governing life or the creations given existence, and so they allowed sparks of their essence to be designed as the overseers of these new creations. So, we were born. Initially, it was myself, Pelor, Morana, Zahir, Corallan, and Ioun. It is why we have the most knowledge and understanding of things, but given we were created from a being that has no concept of life beyond its creation, we are flawed. We make mistakes and learn from them. We are curious, and we often attempt things we shouldn't. Thus, when we followed our Creator's intentions and seeded life upon the realm, the same flaws in our own nature are present in yours. Still, as we began to build out the realm, we realized we could not do it alone. Some of us found comfort in one another, and we decided to share our spark of creation, increasing our own family. Pelor and Morana birthed Vecna, Arathis, Asmodeus, and Lyrael. Ioun and I gave life to Tiamat and Moradin, and you see him point at the golden-armored man when he says Pelor, the drow woman when he says Lyrael, and the large stone-skinned man when he says Moradin. And Corallan and Ioun created Sehanine, Melora, and Bane. He finishes pointing to Corallan and the other fey-looking woman. Nemeron, you now know this to be Sehanine. As we went on, some of our offspring found their own relationships and our family extended. Asmodeus and Moradin gave life to Cord and Torog. Sehanine and Lyrael offered their own spark to bring life to Avandra and Grumsh. With all of us governing over the growth of the realm, life was balanced in a proper cycle. Civilizations grew and fell. People of all cultures and races lived and grew and loved and died. But Autania ever continued to turn. Ao had long left us to create other realms, but we did as they had expected of us. Then it was Autania's turn to complete its cycle and be deconstructed into the void once more. Tharizdun came to collect the energy and turn it back into its original chaotic form. But when he came, we rebelled. All of our time and effort spent to make this realm something beautiful, and yet it was about to be consumed and erased. We were young and foolish and scared. We did not want to go quietly, and we wanted to fight for our creations. But we did not realize what our actions would sow. So, we fought against our own inevitable end. We pushed Tharizdun back and refused to go into the void. Thus, he called forth his generals to see that the cycle would be completed. They all came to fulfill the wishes of that which they serve. You see, much like Ao created us gods from their spark and energy, Tharizdun created his own instruments of the void. First, the Yugoloths were brought into being to help build out the balance. For all life must eventually subside to death in order for the endless cycle to continue. The Yugoloths helped balance Ao's creation of gods with the creation of the first fiendish race, the Oberiths. But they could not control their creations, and the Oberiths, in their greed and hubris, shaped the entropy of chaos into a shard and drove it into the veil that led to the astral sea. This is how the abyss was formed across all the realms that know its infinite darkness. Tharizdun then molded his generals from the chaotic energy released from the creation of the abyss and hand-picked some of them from the Oberiths themselves. And so, when Shothragot and the rest of the Elder Evils came at Tharizdun's call, we were ready to give up our fight. We did not realize that in our desperation to continue our existence and the realm of Aotania, our Creator had heard our cries and felt our anguish. They came to look in on their original creation, and the unthinkable occurred. You see, creation and destruction are never supposed to meet. They are meant to orbit one another in an endless cycle, balancing one another for all eternity. But in our fear and sadness, we broke that balance. Our mistakes were laid bare as we watched Ao rage against Tharizdun like star-crossed lovers caught on opposite sides of a never-ending war. In our ignorance, we fought alongside Ao, believing that we could push back the void, and for a period, it seemed like we were winning. But we were fools. Children playing at understanding that which was greater than us. When we thought we were going to deal the decisive blow to them, something happened. You see, Tharizdun and Ao were always formless, ever-shifting entities of great energy and power. But in that final moment, they clashed and somehow merged, becoming something more. No longer were they formless, but one being of great power made flesh. Yet Tharizdun seemed the dominant source. We were left confused, stunned, and lost with what to do. We realized that without Ao, the cycle was broken. Even if we finally allowed our end to come now with the two universal energies, one being, the void would eventually consume all. Thankfully, Tharizdun's forces were also paralyzed by the new state of things, giving us time to figure out our next move. We could no longer allow the void to continue unchecked, but also did not have a way to stop it. The one thing we realized was that with a physical form, these great energies became susceptible to things that they were once immune to, and that gave us possibilities. And so, we debated our fates. Once again, we realized that our end was very possibly on the horizon. This is where we, as gods, divided, and perhaps it was another of our greatest mistakes. Half of us believed that given our energy and creation, we could muster enough power to infuse Ao within this new form and give them the ability to break free once more. This would likely destroy some, or all of us, in the process, and at the end of all of our hardship may not save Aotania from its fate. It would lack our guidance and perhaps still be swallowed and dismantled. The other half of us found a way to seal this new force away. It would mean creation and destruction would halt. The universe would stagnate. But we and our realm would survive. We debated and ultimately let our fear guide us to sealing away this new Tharizdun. We created the shackles and devised the rituals to tether them until our confrontation as we dragged him into the abyss, locking him in the 666th layer. We used a majority of our strength to hold him down and placed the shackles, giving up a piece of ourselves to lock him away and set the seals within each ruin. The thing is, when we used that magic, we did not realize the toll it would take on us, nor the effect it would have. When we used parts of ourselves to seal Tharizdun, we also sealed some of ourselves and our memories away along with him. When you asked us about the ruins, or expected us to have answers to Tharizdun and his purpose, we didn't have them. The magic that sealed them was meant to prevent non-mortals from being able to access or break them. Even now, there are still pieces of us locked away with the 2 seals that have yet to be broken. We did not purposely hide information from you nor refuse to help. We simply didn't realize or know what we had originally wrought. When we sealed Tharizdun that first time, his generals were also sealed. Some here, buried within Aotanya and lost for millennia. Some of the others within the cosmos, waiting for the call from their master. Shothragot was cast away and lost connection with Tharizdun, which secured our realm. It is why a few years ago, when the worshipper of Tharizdun that you fought, and he gestures to all of Lexaterna, was believed to be his avatar, we didn't know, didn't remember that Shothragot was the leader of his forces. It is likely that that was what signaled Shothragot back to our realm to begin what was started so long ago. We apologize that we couldn't be more helpful than we were, why we seemed so scattered. The original split between the creators and destroyers, as you know, was our disagreement in how we handled the loss of Ao. Lirael and the others were angry, but did not quite realize the full extent of why, other than that they needed to force action on us. In turn, we did not understand their ire and pushed them away, ignored them, and attempted to keep the world turning. Now we are here, at another crossroads, yet this time we have you. Where we only had ourselves and a few scattered allies to help our plight previously, we now have mortal allies who can help us fix this. Still, a decision has to be made. Do we simply reseal Ao and Tharizdun back within their prison, or do we attempt to split them once more to allow the cycle to continue? In the end, the decision falls on your shoulders, for we cannot enter his realm to perform either ritual, and if he breaks free once more, we may not be able to stop him like we did last time, as he is not in a weakened, confused state any longer. And with that, he steps back and kind of like gives you all a moment to take it all in.
I'll whisper over. Oh, go ahead, Rena.
No, so when the shackles broke, did that not return the piece of the power that was held there? Or it just goes poof, it's gone?
No, we regained some of our memories and some of our power, but not all of it. Like I said, I don't have full context of everything. Even some of it is still sealed away with those final 2 shackles. It is why I was able to give you the picture of as much as I could give you now, because I have that much back.
Okay.
This might be a dumb question coming from a cleric, but how does faith affect the gods? Is it like the more I since I followed Dreamweaver, the more I believe in her, the stronger she gets, or
At this point, you see the woman with the starred cloak turn to you.
I bow my head a little in respect.
And she speaks up. Not quite. Your faith just allows me to help you.
Okay.
I am already a spark of creation.
Okay.
My power is my power. It is a misconception that if you stop believing in me, I don't exist, but that's like assuming you're invisible because no one wants to talk to you. Those who have faith are simply those we choose to bestow gifts upon, to help, if we can, to do our best to allow you to live your lives as fully as possible. But no, your faith does not make me stronger. So unfortunately, even if you got everyone to believe in me on this realm, it wouldn't make me more or less powerful than I am now.
Okay. Well, there goes one idea.
Maybe I'm missing something because this is not my area of expertise, but why is it up to us highly squishy mortals as to whether to split this being or reshackle them?
At this point, Pelor turns to you and he says, because we specifically put seals on everything so that no non-mortal could affect these things. It was to make sure that beings like Shothragot could not just find their way back here and undo all of the hard work that we had originally completed. Every ruin that he found entrance to was because a mortal gave him that access.
Which means he could just as easily recruit some other mortal, take them with him, and then have him unlock these shackles. It's not like he's not persuasive. I mean, obviously there's people working for him.
It is true that Shothragot, they can cause madness in others and get them to do their will. Generally, most mortals, even those with darker inclinations, tend to shy away from the intensely strange nature of Shothragot and the Elder Evils, but that is very true. They can, and that is what they have been doing. Which is why we're bringing all of you together. Because if they're gathering their own group of mortals to go and unlock Tharizdun from his prison, we're doing the opposite. Either resealing or splitting Tharizdun from Al.
I have a very good question.
We can lend you our
ask.
we can lend you our power, but we cannot be there physically necessarily, or not port in the way that you can. And yes, young Artemis.
Oh, you know my name? Yes, I'm Artemis Targan. Is Avondra here by chance? No. Okay. Well, anyway.
No,
I've got a friend,
she's not here.
Zavrin. He has some powers, and he doesn't know how to use them. No, he doesn't know where they come from. Could somebody help him figure out where they came from?
I think this is the time, Artemis. The crowd we have here.
I mean,
Right.
if anybody's going to have answers, he's not wrong.
Is that what
I
you would
said
like
I would-
us Is that what you would like us to use our resource and power on?
Well, not entirely, but he asked for some help, and I wanted to help him. When you get a chance,
I
maybe
understand.
we could...
Well, you tell me, is the complete destruction of your realm more important than Zavrin's powers, or is his powers more important? We are happy to look into whichever one you deem more necessary.
Rena's just gonna lean over to Navari. The gods are mean.
Realm, if we could, please.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I have been put in my place. I will.
I
focus on the
understand what you
realm.
are asking, young Artemis, but we are also using our abilities to keep you from the void, as well as you have been marked by Shothragot and Tharston.
Forgot about that.
We can only split our abilities, especially with some of them being sealed away so much. As much as we want to help you with every problem on your plate, we would love to. But
Very well.
we cannot. We have to focus our efforts on what we can do in the present. It's not to say we can never help you. It's just to say that we have to figure out what is most pressing at this time.
Very, very well. I do agree with you. I'll let you have everyone else have a chat. I apologize for taking the floor, literally.
No?
On the subject of, our souls being condemned, which action would release us? Would splitting them release us, or would reshackling just bide our souls time until we eventually get dragged to whatever abyss we're doomed to?
This Corlin steps up and he says, actually, the mark can be removed with a different ritual, to make sure that you are taken care of. Both resealing Tharsden or splitting them apart would remove it, but also if you wanted to spend time working on getting what is required for the ritual and performing it, you could avail yourself of the mark as well. Again, there are many paths before you. You have many choices. You can also choose to walk away from it all. We cannot stop you from doing that, nor will we. It is simply up to you on what ultimately you feel is most important to you.
I mean, we want to make a good decision. It's just our track record hasn't been spectacular.
Has ours?
Okay, fair.
It's the flawed leading the flawed. But the
It
other
is.
problem is this, right? Assuming we want to try to reshackle, how in the heck do we do that without having more god pieces?
Oh, it would be similar to what we did originally. We would just seal it with our power, like we did before. We would give you the necessary information to do so if you wished.
Would the shackles be in the same place as before, or would we have to find new places for the shackles?
No, we could use the same. Well, some of them have been quite thoroughly
Ruined.
Compromised.
Yes, destroyed. So the problem is, we likely would have to, for a couple of them, we would have to find completely new areas. But that would not be the problem, I don't think. We could find those areas to tie them together. It's just, again, we just need to know which direction you want to go in. Do remember, we do this. It means that Tharsden is sealed. For how long?
So the better option is the split option.
Not
Well, that's- yeah.
necessarily.
I don't know if it's better. It's just, again, we've said if we split them, there is no guarantee that as soon as they are split, Ao doesn't go off to continue creation and Tharizdun swallows Aotania. We
Granted,
don't
just-
know. We've never been in this position. Either one has no guarantees, but that's what we're left with. No guarantees.
It's another
Well,
puzzle.
This. From what I can see, our options are one of two. The splitting option, which means Ao and Tharizdun go back to their patterns. This does not necessarily save us, so much as it just returns things to the status quo.
Well, it returns the natural order of the universe.
Yes, yeah, I suppose that would be more accurate. Our other option is to reseal, and taking whatever measures we can to prevent them from being broken again. But that's not a guarantee that it won't eventually happen again.
I will say this. Resealing Tharizdun means that eventually he will gain power once more. How long that will take is anyone's guess. And he will attempt to break free and bleed darkness into the realm again. Could be
I
hundreds of years, thousands of years, millions of years. I couldn't tell you, but that cycle will perpetuate. The other thing I will tell you is that any influence he currently has and souls that he has consumed will stay corrupted. And other realms will eventually fall to calamity because of the imbalance in the universe. However, separating two cosmic beings could potentially cost all of us our existence, and Tharizdun might attempt to consume Aotania once more. However, the universe would be put in its right place. Ao would continue to create, and there is the potential that when they are split, Ao's new creation and new path diverts Tharizdun from Aotania. It also means that other realms would be safe, because the forces of the universe would be back in balance once more. I will say this. Trying to split them apart is probably harder than just resealing. Because in order to do that, it means we've got to defeat and banish all 10 generals before we can focus on Tharizdun.
well,
Actually,
when you
oh, sorry.
Hmm.
No, go ahead, Navari.
When your boat is being followed by sharks, you can throw chum in the water and satisfy them for a brief amount of time, or you can get in a rowboat and deal with the sharks. It's more dangerous, but in the end, you don't end up with sharks.
How
You're
long
sick.
have they been merged together? Ao and Tharizdun?
Thousands
guess
of
about-
years.
Thousands of years. And when was the most recent shackle erected? If you remember that. 'Cause I know you just said that. Memories are sealed with the-
Thousands. I mean, we set the shackles pretty much right after
Okay.
they were merged. Not very long. We didn't. It's not like we had a long period of time to make a decision.
Okay.
Maybe I mean, a year or more, maybe, but they've been together. The other thing is we were able to catch them off guard, or Tharsdoon off guard, because when the merger happened, they were left weakened. They had a new state, a new form, a new way of life, an existence. That is no longer the case now. They've had thousands and thousands of years to adjust. They've also had thousands and thousands of years to be stuck in one place, sealed. Which is why their anger and madness corrupts so heavily.
If we were to reseal Thurstone, you said any souls he has with him would remain there. They would not be free.
At this, Lyrael, or who you know probably to be Lolth, speaks up. Yes, this is true. Those souls are lost. We cannot give them back.
And if we were to separate them, could those souls be retrieved?
Yes.
I'll look over at Aaron.
Splitting them.
Oriana just stares at Aaron.
What is it?
I mean,
what if he has legs?
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
No matter the choice, in order to face a being as strong as the amalgamation of Al and Sarsdoon, either way, you are going to have to be properly armed.
Do we know where they are in the universe? Are they just like floating around, or where are they? Are they
Who?
headed? The merger of
Tharsdoon sealed in the 666th layer of the abyss.
And Ao is technically with him because they're merged. Right?
Ao is they're one being now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is why they you get the sense that from what Bahamut said, when they were when they were separate, they didn't have a form, a tangible form. There was just this darkened void and this spark of creation. And they were just like these formless pieces of energy that would either consume or create. When they came together, that form that you saw come out of Shothragot when they showed you Tharsdoon, that chained being was
That's the merger.
That is the merger.
Okay.
I vote to split.
I like the idea of weakening the horde.
I don't like the idea of leaving souls to Tharsdoon if they have not been able to move down the path after they have passed. That is not the natural order of things.
But that also begs a question: if those souls come back, what happens to Aotania?
They won't come back. They will be released.
They won't be given a physical form.
No.
Okay.
But they won't be trapped.
No, exactly. They will get to move on in the natural cycle of where their energy should go. But again, you don't have to make this decision this moment.
Every moment we take, that just makes the shackles weaker.
Well, it does, but the thing is, you have a long way before you're going to challenge any one of those generals. Like we said, you need to be appropriately armed. As capable as you all currently are, even this group, and she gestures out to Lux Eterna, our avatars can't take this on alone right now. I suggest that we work with them to prepare and research and learn and teach and learn and gather the requirements of the rituals as well as information on the generals. As Bahamut has said, our knowledge, we have to piece together. We don't have all of it. Some of that information has been locked away. Some of it we can point Lux Eterna in the right direction to go gather it. But you all need to take some time to find armaments, the artifacts that have been locked away, so that
Artemis.
you can survive what's to come.
Artemis would hear this and jump up onto the table and use the. Again, I'm at basically eye level with everybody on the table, to be honest.
Fair.
And would use the shadow scar and use darkness around him and say, these are the ways that we can hide ourselves, protect ourselves, and we'll fight back. You have given us these artifacts. We can use them.
How easy is it to fight against darkness itself? Cloaked in darkness.
Well, each artifact has its own abilities. You
True.
carry the glasses on your face. They don't have anything to do with darkness, do they?
I mean, marginally. They help me see a little better in the dark, but not.
That's true.
That's not their function.
But that's not their function. They also make you quite a lot smarter.
Very much so.
The artifact that Rena holds allows her to slightly change the fate of someone who may be in a good or bad situation.
Rena kind of reaches back and draws her sword out. This one. The sword.
Yes, it is one of Morana's artifacts. Zavrin has an artifact of Corellon to help him with his arcane abilities. Oriana has protection from Tiamat. Nevari has a boon from Bane. Every artifact has its own merits.
If I'm hearing you correctly, what we can do is unleash the power of the artifacts, get them stronger, get us stronger, and we'll have a chance at maybe one of the generals.
That
So you
and
wanna-
find more.
Okay, I think we
What
got a good
guys?
idea.
We
like
can
it.
give you a few options of our own, but we are not the only gods who have artifacts, and we do not know all of where everything is. We only know where our own reside. So perhaps looking into other deities, finding ways to convene with them, or trying to find more information, you may be able to learn more. But we've all talked, and we think that if you're willing to continue fighting for this realm, one way or the other, then we will give you information on some of our artifacts that have not been claimed. I can tell you one of mine, Aileron. Armor of the studded leather variety. It is lost within a maze in a lair of the abyss overseen by Baphomet, demon prince of beasts and his followers. Palor speaks up. Mage Slayer. Plate armor. It got swallowed when Zeltar fell long ago in the old Seretanian Empire. It's buried somewhere in the sands that covered the ruins of the old city. But malevolent forces now make those ruins their home, so it's going to take some thinking to get that. Sahanim speaks up. Aloki's bonds. Robes. Currently, they are in possession of the Unseelie Court in the Feywild. It'll take some interesting negotiations to try and get those back. Bahamut speaks up. Gungnir, a Naginata. It is hidden at the very top of Avonhurst Rise, beyond even the temple. But it will require great strength and conviction to pass the trials to be able to wield it. And finally, Moradin steps up and says, right, well, valor. It's a shield. It's atop my anvil of creation, deep beneath Verdun Amble, waiting for a new champion worthy enough to wield its strength. Good luck finding it.
Rena kind of leans her head towards. She's like, "This is a lot of information."
DM, I have a question.
Yeah.
Who was the god that said they have the studded leather armor? Aileron or Aileron?
That was Lulth.
Both. Okay.
Or as you know her, Lyrael. Although she hasn't gone by that name in a very long time.
Okay. Just making sure.
Well, Avonhurst Rise is like right
That's home.
here, right?
No, you are on the opposite side of the planet right now, or the opposite side of the
okay.
realm.
We're in
You're on a
Sunshield
different
City.
continent in Sunshield
Let's
City,
re-
but you can get back there, yes.
Oriana will pull out a piece of chalk. It's not that far away for us if we need to. But
I could get us there in a word.
He's still
Well,
supposed to go talk to a king.
No.
That when we were told that didn't sound like a suggestion.
Yeah, I
It does
remember.
sound like
this
a
kind of
optional.
thing.
you
Do
don't want to
you-
burn bridges right now. That would be bad.
True.
It's better to face things head on than to try to slink around them. It's otherwise it chase after you for the rest of your life. You have to actually face these things.
Is there anything
guess- I
more
guess
you
so,
need
I
from
would-
us?
Oh,
Oriana-
sorry, we're distracted.
Oriana's gonna pull out the tome and read some of the poems that we've been hearing. Were any of these sent by you?
No. But maybe locked away somewhere in this new Tharizdun is still that spark of creation warning you of what was to come.
A question? Can I call on you and ask a question sometime, or exchange 25 words by chance?
If we're available, we will try to answer you.
I thank you.
As you can see, this realm is in quite a state. We are trying to save as many lives as we can. We will be torn in many directions. If we do not answer right away, it is not because we are not listening, nor is it because we do not care. But do understand that we are fallible ourselves. We are not omnipotent, and we have our own limits. We will do what we can to keep this realm going. But we are relying on you to gather what you need, to gain the strength that you need, and to make the final decision on whether to seal or split the sparks of creation and destruction. And when that occurs, we will do what we can to be behind you.
How long do we have to come up with an answer? Preferably soon, I know, but
Well, I would say you probably don't want to spend more than 6 months searching
true.
for these items. And like I said, these are only items of those of us here who still have artifacts that could be useful to you. There are plenty of other gods that have created things that might suit you more or in better ways. So be smart about what you wish to spend your time searching for and how you do it.
And again, DM, only the 5, Lirel, Palor, Sayanin, Bahamut, and Morden. Those are the only 5 present here? Or were there like anyone
No,
else?
present is what Bahamut, Lolth, Sahanin, Moradin, Palor, Corlin. But Corlin already gave you one of his artifacts, and you get the sense that he would give you another one if he felt it would be if he felt it would be useful to your group. You get the sense that they might, like, there might be other artifacts that some of these gods have, but like, knowing your group, knowing who you are, like, is it useful to give you a short bow kind of thing? Like they're trying to find the things that tailored to you would make the most sense of their repertoire. They're not going to give you things that, like, you're going to spend maybe a month looking for, going through trials for, and then you're going to be like, yeah, I can't even use this. Like, why?
Okay, fair.
So they're trying to make sure that they're putting you on a path to things that might actually be worthwhile for you, because they know that they're not going to be easy to get.
Okay.
And then at that point, Sahanin just says, as long as you take less than a year, I think that should give us enough time to still be able to deal with the generals and Tharizdun. I would stay checking in with your allies here, but remember, once you have procured your armaments and you feel that you have gained enough knowledge and are strong enough to start fighting the generals, they in themselves are going to be their own difficult trial. We will help Aaron and the others get information so that when you are ready, you are prepared. But that will take time. But like I said, by that point, once you feel you are ready, you can finally make your decision, and we will have all of the information hopefully ready for you to finally make your final stand, one way or the other.
And who will guard the other shackles in the meantime? Surely the generals and their minions will enmass them and try in hopes of breaking them, releasing Tharizdun.
They can break. At this point, it is not worthwhile for us to spend time guarding those shackles. Tharsden can break them now from where he sits. What we do know is that the magic still seals him within that lair. It will take him a while to gather the strength necessary to break free completely. So, like we said, less than a year. If we wait too long, he will break free, and then it will be nigh impossible to force him back or seal him. We will eventually need to take the fight to him.
How are Lux Eterna looking through this entire conversation between us and the deities? Like, what's like
Pretty
the vibe of
miserable.
her?
Like even Fulton, who you know to be mostly positive, like exceptionally more cheerful even than Navari was previously. He kind of has like this line set in his face, almost a frown, not quite. But you can see that not happy, but realizing that all of them have to do their parts. And likely they realize now that while you guys are getting the strength you need to be able to fight these battles, they're going to have to be traveling the world to try and find this information, get the rituals and the knowledge that has been sealed away to make this a reality. So they're not exactly looking forward to what they have to do either. On top of it, they know that from what you were all told, the reason the gods didn't break Tharsden and Au the first time was not only was it because they were scared that Tharsden would just reconsume Au Tanya, they were scared that it would also destroy them and their existence. Being the avatars of these gods, they're kind of realizing that this could be their end as well. This could be the last thing they ever do.
Okay.
So, yeah, pretty morose in general.
Okay.
Well, with what you told me, I think I should sleep on this for at least a night. Talk amongst my friends. See what we might decide and get back to you. We also have a business in this city. I, for one, need to face some things. Thank you.
That is understandable. You have access to your allies here, and they can get in contact with us when need be. We have much other business to attend, like we have said, so we will leave you to your decisions and your next steps. Should you need anything more from us, we will do our best to answer your call, but I think for now, like you said, this has been a lot to digest. So, take your time with it. The world isn't ending tomorrow. Hasty decisions are what puts us into these kinds of positions. So, don't feel like you need to make and have the answer right after you get knowledge. And he just nods to the others, and you watch as they all kind of nod and begin to walk out. And eventually, once they've all left, the gods have all left, you see Fulton kind of look up, and he goes, well, just when you think you... I mean, when that was a lot.
We got our work cut out for us, don't we?
You're telling me. I mean, I thought there was a lot of strange things for us that didn't add up. Back when we first, back when we first handled the previous avatar,
Like what?
this. Sorry, what, Nemeron?
What didn't add up about the previous avatar? Or I guess
It just felt too.
easy.
I don't want to say easy, but knowing the gods, there was always something strange between the whole creator-destroyer piece for us. And on top of that, Tharsden didn't fit as a god in the same way as Pelor or Bane or Vecna or any of them. It was like he stood apart from the rest of them. I guess now we know why. He's not a god, not in the sense of what we know gods to be. He's the force of all destruction in the universe. And now also combined with the force of all creation in the universe, which is... But okay. Well, let's do the easy things first. And you see him take out more of those communication devices that Lex had originally given you, and he's like, I've modified these so that we can all communicate with one another. Please don't just message us at all hours of the day and night, but it also allows you guys to communicate with one another, to communicate with us, and that way we can keep in touch in case we need anything. And we'll hand you guys
our own personal stones.
Yeah, they're not stones. They're like literally like they're like half magic. They're arcanotech. So they're like half magic, half sciencey devices, like computerized devices.
Okay.
And you have the one that Lex gave you, which only contacted her. But you know the way that they work is they basically take like a holographic projection of you and showcase it to the person that you're communicating, and vice versa. So when you make they're not silent in any way. So like when you communicate, just be aware of that. But like basically you see the person that you're talking to. It's almost like a video call kind of thing. And Fulton just says the frequencies for everyone else is saved in the device. So you should just be good. Just tune it to the right frequency for who you want to contact, and you're all good.
Rena immediately is gonna start pushing buttons. Like, hello, does this work? Testing.
Yeah. You get Charlie, who like picks it up and is just like, really?
It works. It's good. It works.
I pick it up. I can't hear you. Sorry.
I'm good. I had to make sure that it is working. It's working. I got it.
At this point, Erin will like take a seat finally and like rest her head in her hands, and she'll be like, okay. We're on a timeline, and we're not sure exactly what that timeline is. We have a few months, maybe a year. I wouldn't push it.
The shorter, the better.
Exactly, and the longer we wait, even if Tharsdun does not break free, his generals will grow stronger. But you are going to have to pick and choose what you do. Because no matter what, you won't be able to get every artifact that is out there, potentially. So before you start going gallivanting across all realms, I suggest you truly figure out what is most important for you to arm yourselves with. I would do your best to maybe entreat with other gods or research other potential options. We will continue to research the ritual as well as the generals ourselves, and we will communicate with you as the other shackles break so that you are aware of the timeline and if things move up in schedule. And if there's anything required to gather for the ritual itself.
I think I may have some information on one of the generals.
What is that?
One of the messages talks about a permafrost. When we were underneath Emberholt, there was ice everywhere, and this... Was it Artemis who said he felt it, or...
That was me.
No, Nemeron.
Nemeron sensed something from the other side of this ice.
It needed to stay sealed. I know what you're
Yes.
talking
If that is one of the generals, then it is likely currently sealed right now, but it won't be forever.
about. When we stumbled across that, there were some... Were they Yugoloths that were?
The
Trying to
Yugoloths were told that one of their creations, which you now know to be true,
Okay.
so they were actually given true information, was sealed within there
Okay.
by Oriana's war criminal mentor.
Okay.
But he sent them a writ that they thought came from their high command, basically, telling them that they needed to go protect this creation.
Okay.
Which is why they left their post. But they weren't the ones that were you saw a serpent-like creatures down there, and then
the Yuan-Ti.
the Yuan-Ti, and then you saw mutated ogres and wolves. And then you saw miners that had been deformed that you managed to save and bring back, but they had been transformed in some way.
And I shared that with Lux Eterna, that they were hacking away at the ice to free something that needs to stay sealed.
My guess is something is probably back there, trying to break it free, and we're never going to be able to completely stop it. So what we need to do is, like I said, gather what you can and get yourselves ready, because eventually we will be taking the fight there. Or sealing Tharsdun before these generals break free. Sealing him will seal them again. But, again, that decision has to be made between all of us. What a time. Okay. You, I assume, said you have business in the city, so you are staying here for a bit?
We need rest.
Yes. We had to see the king or something.
Oh yeah, we had a royal summons.
May we
Right.
stay at your domicile?
So
Whoever-
forward, Artemis. Yes, you may stay here.
Go.
At least for now. Depending on what you do in the city and where you need to go, I won't be able to put you up forever. But, of course, we asked you to come, and you have been so gracious with your time in helping. So, of course, the servants will show you to the guest rooms.
I think I'm okay. I actually have family here, so I'll stay with them. To not put burden on you.
one more person out of your group, not a problem, but I understand wanting to be with family, especially at a time like this, Nemeron, so of course, you are always welcome back. Is there anything else we need to discuss at the moment? Then I will let you all go. I'm going to think on some things myself. If you'll all excuse me. And she'll push herself back and start heading out. And at that point, Kane and Freya will push themselves back and just nod at you. If you need anything, please just call on us. We'll be probably heading back to Avonhurst soon. That's our domain for now until we have to start going searching for whatever these rituals are. Yeah. And she'll just nod, and you see Kane sort of nod behind her, and they head out. And then Liz and Charlie slide back, and Liz just looks at you, Zavrin, and she says, I really do hope you go see your father. If you don't, I will tell him you are here. I will tell him where you are. And I will make sure he finds you. You owe it to your family, especially if they may not see you again, depending on what you choose to do. So, don't be an asshole.
Thank you, cousin. Always so nice to see family.
Oh, love you too. But really, take care of yourself. You've already seen what it's like to lose someone. Don't live with regrets, Zavrin. It's not worth it. And we honestly don't know how much longer we have left. She just pats you on the shoulder and nods to the rest of you and heads out. And you're left with Fulton, and he just says, okay, well, you know where you need to stay. Just ask around. They'll make sure that you're comfortable. I'm probably going to have to get Freya and Kane back to Avonhurst, because that's not really their specialty, but if you need anything from me, you've got the communicators, so feel free to hit me up. I will help as I can, but I'll probably be a little busy myself, so, if I don't respond right away, it's not because I don't want to, it's probably because I'm in the middle of trying not to have my head chopped off or something like that. So,
Sure.
Right, well, this was sure something. Good luck.
A lot to deal with. Thank you. Have a good day yourself. Have a day yourself, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good have a day.
We're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
For the most
Yeah.
part.
Yeah, I think so too. And he just pushes back and stands up and nods to all of you and heads out. And as you're all sort of left there reeling from everything that was just explained to you, everything that's recently happened, this whole whirlwind of confusion and information and history and knowledge and the daunting task of what lies before you. That's where we'll end tonight's session.
Woo! Oh my god.
Well, thank you, everyone. Again, this went a bit longer than I hope, but there's a lot going on right now. We'll try to have a shorter session next time. Yeah, there's a lot coming down the line. We'll see what this group decides to do next time. But we thank you so much for sticking with us. Please remember, if you enjoyed the session, share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it is nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. See you later.
Oh my god.